Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome to episode 339 of the Ask Abhijit show. We are back. This is the weekend, and I hope you're all doing very well. And we're going to discuss the ongoing events in the war that is ongoing in Iran, in West Asia, and maybe other topics as well. Before we get into all of that, let us see who all is there on the live stream, live with all of us this fine evening, this fine day. Agni Varana Mansi Pathak, Mary Kane, good evening, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Mochi Exo Gaming, Geopolitical Dubey is here from Indore. Good to see you, sir. Shri Ramachandraya Namaha Pranam. Kanishk Kaushik Radhe Radhe, Ayush Pandey, Piyush Sinha, Kindo Taku, Vitrik Martinez, Adwait Ashwini. Who else? Rohan Bidi, Vande Mataram. Cosmic Observer, Sachin Yadav, Alka Shikari, Namaste, Ayush Pandey once again. Who else do we have? Durg Datt Panchal, Amayatul Pule from Deutschland, good to see you. Who else? Mochi Gaming, Durg Datt Panchal, Ayush Singh, Pranam Sarji, Lage Raho Online, Har Mahadev sir. Ultimate Power A1, Auspicious Jinx, Sumit Agarwal, bonjour. Reflex, maybe. Study Vlogs, Bhuvanendra Upadda, Satyendra, Abhishek Shukla Live, Somi is also here, good evening. Chahak Jitani, Amrit Singh, Sugant BVKS, Reflex, maybe. Chahak Jethani once again, Kindo Taku, SKR7733 is here from New York, Israel. Okay, New York, Israel. That's interesting. Shivam Karan Nalawat, Jai Shri Ram, Raghuveer Solanki, Rahul Nair. Hello, Abhishek Shukla live from Kanpur. Shivam once again, Vardh 1, Sugant BVK once again, G Karthikeyan, Wise Idiot. Anup is also here. Samarth Pramanik, Reflex maybe, Ayush Pandey. By saying General Subotai, Somi is here from Jaipur, Kindo Taku, Vijay Waghela, good morning. General Subotai once again, Priyanshi Sud, Om, Vijay, Ujwal Datta, hello. Durg Datt Panchal, hello. Karan Nalawat, Jai Shri Ram, Anant Pai, Reflex maybe, Study Vlogs, Sai Kiran, Shiv Kapoor, Ashish, Noise, Jatin Shukla is here from Jabalpur, good to see you. Prasadalal, Alan J. Victor is here from Oman. Well, I hope you're doing okay, Oman. Blitzkrieg is also here. Ankit, Ram, Dhairya is here. Sumit Agarwal, Ishwar, Somi, Froster, Pratardana, Namaskar. Yes, Wolfpack Nation, Krits 278. And everyone else. Sergeant Skyland, hello. Jay Guman, hello. Sonakshi Gupta is here from Jalandhar. Good to have you, ma'am. Aniket Bachwani, Jay Matadi. Pratik Parajuli, hello. And everybody else. Okay, so let's go. Let's discuss what is happening. So before I get into the Q&A, which we will obviously do, let's quickly take a look at what's happening right now in the war. I mean, what's the latest that we have? Let's see. There's questions about what's happening. Do you remember Trump used to keep saying that during Operation Sindoor, India has lost 4, 5, 6, 7, God knows how many aircraft, right? He used to keep on pointing that out. I mean, making all kinds of claims. Well, 5 American refueling planes have been struck and damaged at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to a WSJ Wall Street Journal report. So, 5 aircraft have been struck and damaged. Damaged means destroyed. They're gone. Another one was destroyed over Iraq, and we don't know what happened to its crew. And we had 3 American fighter planes being shot down over Kuwait. So I don't know how many aircraft have been destroyed, American aircraft, but things are not going well for the United Nations. Surya says this is what too much winning looks like. Yeah. So yeah, that's one thing that's happened. Now we have this from Trump. Trump says, and this is a while ago. Yeah, this happened many hours ago, like 12, 15 hours ago. Kharg Island has been obliterated. Moments ago, at my direction, the US Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Kharg Island. Well, as far as I know, there was no military targets there. It was oil infrastructure. So that's been taken out. Um, Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. That's what Trump claims. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime, according to him, would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. So that is what Donald Trump says. He says that the US has destroyed Kharg Island. So that's another escalation. Things are not calming down. Things are escalating. Trump, I think he is hell-bent on dragging the entire world into this matter. Essentially, it means he wants to set off World War III, it looks like. And now we have this statement, this tweet from the Prime Minister of Israel's Twitter account that was posted, and then a few minutes later it was deleted. Official statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Rumors circulating on social media about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's status are unconfirmed. We urge citizens to rely on verified updates. Efforts are underway to establish contact, and Prime Minister Netanyahu remains committed to Israel's security. So the Prime Minister's office, the official account, tweeted this, then deleted it sometime later. It said that the rumors are unconfirmed and efforts are underway to establish contact. I'm sorry, establish contact with whom? With Prime Minister Netanyahu. So is the official account was it saying that there was no contact with Prime Minister Netanyahu? Is that what they were trying to say? And then they deleted this. This is extremely, extremely confusing, concerning for the people of Israel, and looks like something is up. Looks like there was no communication or contact with the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu. And then they deleted this. So the question is, where is Netanyahu now? Where is he? Has something happened to the Prime Minister of Israel? And that's what the rumors are all about on social media right now. There's a lot of speculation happening. So as far as I am concerned, I don't make any statements until there is official verification of whatever. So when there were these rumors about whether Mr. Khamenei is alive or dead, I did not say anything about it. It's only after the government of Iran officially reported that he had been assassinated, that's when I said that he is dead. When it comes to Israel, right now it looks like we don't know whether he is alive or not. This statement is actually adding fuel to the fire. It actually said that the efforts were underway to establish contact with Prime Minister Netanyahu, which implies that there was no contact with him at this time when this was tweeted. This is 9:42 a.m. PM yesterday, which is about 22 hours ago. And after that, we have no idea what's happened to him. And there is this statement that's come out from a person from an Israeli account. What's it say? The Israeli people are grappling with significant challenges today. There are reports of changes in the levels of senior leadership. In addition to an unexpected event, and Benjamin Netanyahu has left his position permanently. So this is from early morning today. And now, obviously, this is speculation. We don't have any official confirmation of whether this is true or not. But yeah. So right now, we don't know if Netanyahu is alive or not. If he is alive, is he in good health? Is he injured? What's the situation? So big question about Netanyahu right now. Big question mark over Netanyahu. So this is an important development, I would say, in the war. And right now we don't know what the situation is. So we're going to keep an eye on this. So the war isn't going the way Trump wants. The war is going very poorly for Trump. It's going very poorly for Israel as well. It's, of course, going very poorly for Iran too. Iran is getting hit and hammered. The damage that Iran is taking is it's going to cost probably trillions of dollars to repair. So Iran is taking tremendous damage. I don't know how many Iranian civilians are being affected and in what way. Obviously, in the worst way one can imagine when there's bombing happening, right? So this is a disaster. And the Gulf states, the nations in the Gulf region, whether it's Saudi Arabia, it's UAE, it's Oman, it's Qatar, it's Bahrain, it's Kuwait, and the other nations, well, their economies are in a mess. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. It remains closed. The UAE's economic model is in tremendous jeopardy. The Dubai economic model is under tremendous stress. People are leaving Dubai. Yeah, it's an absolute disaster if you are Dubai, if you are UAE, if you are the other nations in the region. And this has happened because Trump and Netanyahu dragged the entire region into the war. And whatever they were hoping to achieve, none of that has been achieved. Iran is fighting. It's gonna take tremendous damage, but they are okay with it. They are saying okay. And even if Trump tries to end the war, Iran will not want to end the war. Iran will want to ensure that every single American military base in the region is permanently destroyed. And America's power projection capabilities in the region are reduced to zero. If Iran accepts a ceasefire right now, what's going to be the effect of that? The Americans and Israelis will take 2-3 years to regroup, and then they will eventually launch another attack on Iran. So Iran wants to end this matter once and for all. Now, even if Trump tries to do back channel negotiations through intermediaries and ask for a ceasefire, it's not going to happen. This war is going to last now. It's going to last. This war is not ending anytime soon. Absolute disaster these people have dragged the world into, and it affects everybody, including us. This includes the people of India, and the people of China, and the people of Japan, the people of the entire world. That's the situation. What else is happening? Now, this is not about the Iran war, but look at this. India has something called the Navik system. It's the Indian version of GPS. So look, the Chinese have Baidu, which is their version of GPS. It's a constellation of satellites that provide positional navigation. So if you have a phone or whatever, if you are driving a car, you can use the Chinese Baidu system to replace GPS wherever you are in the world. It's a global system. It's a global constellation of satellites the Chinese have. The Russians have GLONASS, their own constellation of satellites that provide the same service around the world. There's a European system as well, and there's the American GPS, which is the OG, like you would say. It's the original great system, GPS, Global Positioning Service. Now, India has Navik, and the Navik system provides such services, positioning services, satellite navigation services in the Indian subcontinent. India is a low ambition nation, so our the Navik service, its coverage is restricted to the Indian subcontinent. And now, and you see why Navik was created, because during the Kargil war, when India needed GPS to properly target the Pakistani positions, the Americans switched off GPS for India, for the Indian military. So the Indian military was suddenly left without the satellite positioning and navigation service, which means the effect of that is that we could not accurately target the Pakistani positions. And therefore, India created Navik. Now, what's the status of Navik today? So, India's homegrown Navik network, built after the 1999 Kargil conflict to avoid foreign GPS dependence, now runs only on just 3 satellites for full positioning, navigation, and timing services. IRNSS-1F, launched in 2016 and past its 10-year life, has already lost 2 clocks and now only handles one-way disaster alerts, which means it's not useful anymore. And the other satellites, they also, I don't know whether they're functional or not. And essentially, you need at least 4 satellites to be fully functional for this service to be operational. And now we only have 3 satellites. Most of the atomic clocks, which were foreign clocks, have failed. Okay. And now there are plans of newer Navik satellites, but I don't know when they will be launched. And you had PSLV rocket failures and all. So right now, India is left without its Navik service. So if there is Operation Sindoor, if there is a war with Pakistan, the Americans support Pakistan, right? The Americans support Pakistan. So they will switch off the GPS services for the Indian military. And now we won't have Navik. That is the situation right now. So did the government of India not see this coming? That this satellite has a 10-year lifespan, and maybe when 2-3 years are left, we should launch new satellites, and maybe a couple of the rocket launches failed. So make plans accordingly. When you are planning for something, you should plan that possibly some rocket launches will fail, something will go wrong. So you should have backups. So I don't know what the government of India has been doing with the space program. I have been speaking about this for a long time, that we are completely neglecting the space program and the applications, the military applications and so on. But today we are in a situation where we don't have our own satellite positioning service. I'm not sure when the replacement satellites are going to be launched. 2026 sometime, maybe end of the year. So right now we can't fight a war. I mean, we can fight a war, but we are left blind. We don't have the satellite positioning. Excuse me. We don't have the satellite positioning service anymore. What do you make of this? I mean, when you are the government of India, don't you plan for these things? I have been a long time supporter of the government of India. I still support the government of India. Of course, it's our government. But this has to be called out. This is a disaster. I don't care what the problems are. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. So right now, the Indian military does not have this global satellite positioning service. It either relies on American GPS. I don't know if Russia will offer GLONASS to India, but that is a possibility. Russia and India have very close strategic relations. So, but the point is, we should not have to rely on foreign services. We should have our own service. We have the scientists, we have the engineers, we have ISRO. We know how to build these satellites. Why was this not planned properly? Absolute disaster. Yeah. And is this how you become superpower? We are not even a local power now when it comes to this problem. Extremely disappointing. So this is kind of what's going on in the world right now. The Iran war, it's going to drag on now. The United States is doing very poorly. We don't know if Netanyahu is alive or not. And we have issues closer to home. And the Strait of Hormuz closer. Iran has given India permission to have Indian vessels transit the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, some Indian warships are going to the region to escort these warships, these oil tankers and gas tankers, if necessary, and so on. So that's what's going on. But the United States is losing this war. Israel is losing this war. It's not losing in the sense that the US is losing. It's losing in the sense that it has not been able to achieve any of the objectives they wanted to achieve. Day one, Trump said that we're going to do a regime change. That's not happened at all. They said that we want to make sure that Iran's nuclear program is permanently ended. Trump claimed it ended permanently last year. Now again, they want to end it permanently. That's not working out. They want to destroy Iran's missiles and drones. That's not going to work out at all. And Iran is now going to dictate terms in this region, including to the neighboring nations. And the neighboring nations can't rely on the US anymore for military protection, which has failed miserably. So that is the situation in this war right now. And it's going to be an extended conflict. And some powers are going to benefit from this. And some nations are going to be weakened as a consequence of this. As a consequence of this, America's power projection capability in West Asia is declining. It's dwindling. If this continues for 6 months, it's going to go down to zero. This war could be the beginning of the visible decline of the United States, geopolitical decline of the US. So that's where we are. Okay, that's enough of the update. We can discuss a lot more when I take the questions. So let's see what questions we have today. First question is by Agni Varna. Gita says truth always prevails. Why do you contradict? I mean, what? What? What does this have to do with the war? Gita says, see, first of all, Satyamev Jayate is truth always prevails, right? That's not in the Gita. That's not from the Bhagavad Gita. It's from the Mandukya Upanishad, right? It's not from the Bhagavad Gita. It is from what? It is from the Atharva Veda, Mundaka Upanishad. Mundaka Upanishad. And look, why do I say that? Why do I contradict this? Okay, let me explain to you as if you're 80 years old. Let us say you are a Bangladeshi who has entered India illegally. What is the truth? That you are an illegal infiltrator who has entered India illegally. But you have acquired Indian documentation. You have an Indian Aadhaar card. You have some other Indian documents. You may even acquire a passport. Then these documents, which are genuine Indian government issued documents, they will position you as an Indian citizen, even though the truth is that you are a foreign infiltrator. So doesn't falsehood prevail in this case? Aren't there millions of Bangladeshis like this in India? What happened to Satyamev Jayate then? Okay, I'm explaining to you as if you're 8 years old. Another example. We know that Iraq did not have any weapons of mass destruction. Saddam Hussein did not have any weapons of mass destruction. And yet the Americans claimed that Iraq has WMDs. Saddam has WMDs. And they invaded Iraq and destroyed Iraq completely. And later they said, oh, no, we made a mistake. There were no WMDs. But the deed was done. Iraq was destroyed. Who won? Did truth win or did falsehood win? Falsehood won. Another example. I'm explaining as if you're 8 years old. We know that Tibet is not China. We know that Tibet has never been part of China. The Tibetans are not Chinese people. Their culture is not Chinese culture. Now open the map of the world. What do you see? What is prevailing? The map of the world shows Tibet as part of China. Has truth prevailed or falsehood prevailed? Shall I give you 78 more examples? Maybe you will understand then, or let's move on. All right. Okay. Mary Kane, good evening, ma'am, says, nuclear, you mean small modular reactors? I'm not sure if I've discussed small modular reactors. Not sure what the context is. There is something called small modular reactors, which are small nuclear reactors with a small amount of fuel, and then they produce these reactors produce heat, which can drive a steam engine, steam turbine, and produce electricity. And maybe that's the future of nuclear reactors. Instead of having gigantic, huge nuclear reactors, you can have small modular reactors that can power maybe a village or a small town, or maybe an industrial area or something. So those are small modular reactors. And these small modular reactors are also pretty expensive. They cost, the cost of such reactors is in the billions of dollars. I'm not sure if Iran has small modular reactors. The concern that the West has with Iran is that it has a nuclear weapons program. So I'm not sure what the context is, but that's what small modular reactors are. That's that's the future perhaps of nuclear reactors. But yeah, okay. Kanishk Kaushik says, Jai Shri Ram sir, how Sudarshan Chakra air defense will operate? I'm not sure. Sudarshan Chakra air defense. Is it some new development? I am not aware. Sorry. Anuja, thank you. Anuja once again says, I am using a soggy straw to save the planet. Yeah. We all try our best to reduce our carbon footprint and be more environment friendly. And you have this war going on where billions of tons of petroleum are being burnt, right? Yeah. Shubham Chipade says, can you explain petrodollar? What is it? How it works? See, the petrodollar system, it doesn't mean that the dollar is made of petroleum. Okay, what is this concept, right? So in 1944 there was something called the Bretton Woods Conference, and in this conference it was decided that going forward from 1944 onwards, the US dollar will be used as the world's reserve currency, and the US dollar was backed up by gold at the time. So it was on the gold standard. So if the US printed a certain amount of money, it would print that amount of money only if it had that much amount of gold in its reserves. So that went on until 1971. In 1971, it was 71, most like 70 or 71. That's when Richard Nixon, uh, delinked the US dollar from the gold standard, which means that the US could, from that point onwards, just print American dollars without having gold in reserve. Okay, and the status of the dollar would be enforced through military might. So the dollar would remain the global reserve currency, and everybody would be made to trade internationally only in dollars, and this would be enforced militarily without actually backing up the US dollar with gold. And then around the same time, they reached an agreement with the uh, oil producing nations, oil exporting nations like Saudi Arabia, etc., that whatever transactions they would do with other countries selling and buying oil, they would do these transactions only in the US dollar. So oil would be sold and bought only using US dollars, no other currencies, no Chinese yuan, no Russian ruble, no Indian rupee, no nothing, only US dollars. So that is the petrodollar concept, that internationally oil and petroleum, it's only the transactions are supposed to be only in US dollars. And this was backed up by American military might. So that ensured that nobody would dare do oil transactions, purchases and sales in any currency except the US dollar. So that's the petrodollar system, and that's how it works. It works through military might. The US enforces through military might, and that essentially ensures that the US dollar remains the most powerful currency in the world. It has a genuine value, and if it has a genuine value, that makes the US economy the world's most powerful economy. And the US has been taking the fullest advantage of that. They have issued treasury bonds. So it's a piece of paper that other countries can buy. So let's say you have a treasury bond of $100. It's a piece of paper on which it says $100 with some nice artwork and all that. And let's say I'm India, I buy $100 treasury note of the US. To buy it, I have to pay the US government 100 actual dollars, right? So by printing these pieces of paper, the Americans, they acquire debt. So let's say China purchases a bunch of American treasury bonds. Let's say $1 billion worth of treasury bonds. So they actually pay $1 billion to the US. And why is this a good idea to purchase these bonds? Because the US dollar is valuable, and these bonds, their value appreciates over time. So let's say I buy $100 bond today. In 3 years, it may be worth $120, maybe $130, right? As long as the US economy is healthy and so on. So the Americans, by issuing pieces of paper, they actually are able to acquire real wealth and so on. So that's how lots of nations acquire American debt. They see it as an investment, but now nations are offloading the debt. So essentially, the petrodollar, coming back to the petrodollar system, it's all about the enforcement of the purchase and sale of petroleum and oil only in US dollars. And now that control is slipping away. The Saudis have been selling oil to China and taking money in Chinese yuan, not in US dollars. So that is the petrodollar system slipping away, right? Pratardana says one Indian journalist uses the term terror regime for Iran. Yes, true. One Indian journalist uses this term, terror regime for Iran. So tell me, when Dr. Jaishankar has discussions with the foreign minister of Iran, is the Indian foreign minister having discussions with a terrorist? When the Prime Minister of India day before yesterday night spoke with the President of Iran, Mr. Masood Pezeshkian, was the Prime Minister of India talking to a terrorist? India and Iran have been cooperating on various fronts, multiple fronts. We were using the port of Chabahar, operating the port of Chabahar, at least some terminals, to send shipments of goods to Afghanistan. So was India cooperating with a terrorist nation? India and Iran were working together to ensure the safety and security and survival of Armenia. So was India cooperating with a terrorist nation to save Armenia? Has Iran ever launched a single terror attack on India? These Indian journalists who use such terms, I don't know who it may be. Okay, I'm not taking anybody's name, but I suspect that they are in some shape, or form, in some manner, potentially, hypothetically compromised, whoever they may be. Yeah. Why would you want to further the agenda of some other nation? If you're a journalist, why don't you report factually and serve your own nation? I don't get this. Yeah. I don't know who these journalists may or may not be, but it's very disappointing. And I'm glad people are noticing now. I'm glad people are noticing. Vinith Pai, thank you very much, Vinith ji. Sergeant Skyland says, India, Iran seems okay. Is our sovereignty still intact? Okay, two questions. One question, one observation. So India, Iran seems okay means the relationship, right? Yeah. The relationship seems okay. Let's see. Give me a second. There's something the Iranian. Who tweeted that? Give me a second, please. Okay, give me a second. Who was it that tweeted something? Give me a second. I'll need to dig it out before I can put it on the screen. So it's about the India-Iran relationship, obviously. The Iranian foreign minister tweeted this, or who tweeted this? Okay. Let's put this on the screen. So this is the foreign minister of the Republic of Iran, Mr. Syed Abbas Araghchi. Okay. This is what Mr. Araghchi tweeted. The US spent months. Let's put it here. Okay. The US spent months on bullying India into ending oil imports from Russia. After 2 weeks of war with Iran, the White House is now begging the world, including India, to buy Russian crude. Europe thought that backing illegal war on Iran would win US support against Russia. Pathetic. Right? So, yeah, that's what the Iranian foreign minister has tweeted. But, yeah, and what he's saying is obviously, well, it obviously could have some factuality to it. Perhaps some. So India and Iran are talking. The Indian foreign minister had multiple discussions on the phone on more than one occasion with the foreign minister of Iran. The government of Iran has issued multiple statements about these conversations, and they are pretty clear that India is a valuable partner for them. So when the war started and the supreme leader, Mr. Khamenei of Iran, was assassinated, the Indian Prime Minister did not say a word about it, right? And the Indian Prime Minister tweeted on multiple occasions condemning the so-called violations of sovereignty of the Gulf nations, obviously by Iran. So at that time, clearly India was taking the side of the US and Israel in the first 2-3 days of the war. Clearly, obviously, openly. But verbally, India was not taking any actions that would hurt Iran. But verbally, the Prime Minister of India was, you could say, leaning towards the US and Israel. Then India recalibrated. If you see the last 4 or 5 live streams of mine, you can see this transition happening in the titles of my live streams. Ask Abhijit 334 onwards, you will see that there's a change happening. First, India takes a side. India picks a side. Then India recalibrates. So how did India recalibrate? India's foreign secretary, Mr. Misri, he visited the Iranian embassy and he signed the condolence book officially expressing India's condolences over the assassination of Mr. Khamenei, right? Then the Indian foreign minister spoke on multiple occasions with the Iranian foreign minister. Then last night, day before yesterday night, Mr. Modi spoke with Iran's president, and Iran has said that it will allow Indian vessels, oil tankers that are going to India to cross the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran is making an exception for India, Russia, China, right, for the transit of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran is not treating India as one of the coalition members who are attacking it. Iran is treating India as a valuable partner right now. So yeah, the relationship seems okay. I think the government of Iran understands that India is under pressure, that India faces all these constraints, that India, like they say, hypothetically is being bullied by the Americans and so on. And India has made sure that India also gave refuge to an Iranian ship in an Indian port, I think Kochi, right? So India has taken actions that you could see that the Americans would call pro-Iran, but India's words initially look like they are anti-Iran. But actions always trump words. So that is the situation, right? Is our sovereignty still intact? That I will look into once this war ends, or maybe in a month or so. Right now, I think India is not. India is striking a more or less neutral note in this matter. India is not allowing American ships to dock at Indian ports for refueling and resupplying. That's not happening. The Americans will definitely want that, but it's not happening, which is good. India has given refuge to an Iranian warship in an Indian port, which the Americans could say is a hostile act against America. So overall, India is trending straight. It's not. There must be pressure behind the scenes that we are not aware of, but India is not bending and caving into American demands. So thus far, I would say India is doing a very good job of navigating this extremely difficult situation. Kakashi says, why India today invites Laura Loomer racist? It's okay. Laura Loomer is this lady who is on Twitter, and she has in the past said all kinds of racist things about India. And India today invited her for some kind of event, major public event, which happened today, I believe. So is this a good idea? Is it a bad idea? I think, you know what? If somebody has been anti-India in the past, and if we invite that person over here, that person will most likely change their views, because we invited that person to a big event, and we treated them well and gave them respect. I think their position may change as a consequence. I think we should stop being super emotional about these matters. Even if somebody has been an enemy in the past, if by giving them an olive branch, we can make them change their views and become more positively inclined towards India, what is wrong in that? Right? There's no harm in doing that. So I don't think it's a bad idea. There are lots of racist people in the world. If you see the tourists who come to India, especially American tourists and all, many of them are super racist. They have these very disparaging positions and opinions about India. But typically, if they spend a week or so in India, they go back with a changed approach and attitude. Right? So I think we should do more of this. Invite people who are kind of anti-India. See, there's a difference between being verbally anti-India and being actually taking actions, taking steps that are non-verbally anti-India. For example, if you have somebody who writes anti-India books, if you have somebody who writes books that distort Indian history and are Hindu phobic and so on, those people should not be invited to India. But somebody who's tweeted stupid things, if by inviting them to India they become positively inclined towards India, I think it's a win. And there are people who run these NGOs and all in the US that supply funds to anti-India activities and all. Those people you should not invite. So the people who take actions, who have a track record of anti-India activities should be blacklisted. But people who have been, let's say, saying stupid things about India, and they are prominent people, if you bring them to India, invite them, give them nice treatment, and if they become pro-India, I think that's okay. I'm fine with that. Okay. Vivek Singh says, considering the disaster in Gulf, do you see an opportunity for Great Nicobar project to become a success? As UAE and maybe in the future Singapore will be in trouble. Well, I hope Singapore is not in trouble for any reason. The UAE, see this transshipment port that we are constructing in Great Nicobar, it will be a success no matter what happens. And even if it's not a major international success, it will be successful for India, because it's gonna, reduce significantly the pressure on Colombo, which is a Sri Lankan port. So right now, see, it's a geographical matter. You see, let's see the map, and let's understand why this is important for us. Even if we don't, even if we disregard the war that's happening. See, right now what happens is that there is a lot of traffic that happens between the Mediterranean Sea and East Asia. So all the shipment that happens comes through the Suez Canal here. Okay, it crosses the Red Sea, then it transits the Strait of Bab al Mandeb, and then it goes down south into the Indian Ocean, and then enters this strait, the Malacca Strait. And if these shipping vessels want to offload some cargo for India, that will be offloaded in Colombo. And then from Colombo, there'll be other Indian ships or maybe Sri Lankan ships or whatever that will take all those goods to India. So Colombo port gets a lot of transshipment fees, which are unnecessary. So now what we do is that we're gonna have this port, Great Nicobar port, right? This is the island of Great Nicobar. So in that case, it's an Indian port at which all these shipments will be offloaded, and from there it can be then sent to India. So I think that's going to be a success, irrespective of what happens in this disastrous war in the Gulf region, right? So it's not that that UAE and Singapore have to fail for Great Nicobar to be a success. Great Nicobar is a great idea. It's very important. It's already a very important project, and irrespective of whether anything fails or not, it's going to be successful for us. Okay. Hyphen says, I started a science facts shorts channel, not this one. I didn't super chat from it, so it wouldn't seem like promotion. It's doing well, and I'm applying what I learned from you. Thank you. Well, I'm very glad. And I'm happy that you're doing this. I like people who take initiative and do things. So I'm glad you're doing this. I'm glad it's doing well. And I don't mind if you post a super chat from that account as well. It's fine, no issues, right? So I'm very glad that it's doing well. Good job. I'm very glad, and I hope that you keep posting over there, and I hope it's a great success. Thank you, sir. All the best. Do well. Satyajit says, your opinion on the Artemis program. They've cancelled the Lunar Gateway space station, which seemed pointless anyway. Is it because of US bureaucracy? What was this Lunar Gateway space station? Was it supposed to be a space station in orbit around the moon? Which doesn't seem like a good idea anyway to me. What's the point of that? Let me quickly find out what that is. Okay, what is this Lunar Gateway space station? Give me a second. Lunar Gateway space station. Let's Google that. Lunar Gateway space station. What was this thing? It's a planned, yeah, exactly like I thought, a planned international modular space station orbiting the moon. So has it been cancelled? Has it been cancelled? Let's see. What does Wikipedia have to say about this? Would be a space station assembled, etc. It was intended to be, etc. Criticism, potential cancellation. So proposed cancelling this thing, big beautiful bill, etc. So looks like it may not see the light of day. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a space station orbiting the moon. Just go straight to the moon, right? The lunar surface. Why do you need a space station orbiting the moon? I'm not really sure. The Artemis program. What's my opinion? I think it's a good initiative if you are American, right? It's been decades since you had American boots on the ground on the moon, and they're going back to the moon. Now they have much better rockets, and they're going to be able to send a lot more people and a lot more material to the moon. And now we have a much better understanding of the moon as compared to the 1970s and 1980s. We know that there's a lot of water on the moon, which means that we don't have to transport a tremendous amount of water from the Earth to the moon. You just have to land near the South Pole and go to those craters, those permanently shadowed craters where you have massive amounts of water which are known to be there, and you can use that water for sustenance and for whatever else you need water for. So we have a much better understanding of the moon today. And obviously, now that you have multiple countries with significantly advanced space programs, there's gonna be sooner or later a situation where countries start marking off territory as their own on the moon. And the earlier you reach the moon, the more of a chance you have to do this. So if you have multiple habitations on the moon, multiple bases on the moon, you can start creating a city there, and then you can say it's our sovereign territory. The Americans will definitely do this. The Chinese will do it. The Russians also may reach the moon sooner or later. I have no idea about India 2030, 2040, whenever Indian people will set foot on the moon. I'm not sure. But yeah, whatever. So I think Artemis makes sense geopolitically and from a scientific perspective also. Yeah. Lunar Gateway doesn't make any sense anyway. Yeah. Kakashi says, Aragchi on X insinuated that the US successfully bullied India into stopping buying Russian oil, and Pezeshkian did not tweet about Modi call like his calls with Putin and Sharif. It is what it is. Once again, let me go to that tweet by Aragchi. Did he say that? Let's see. Once again, Aragchi. What did Aragchi say? So, Aragchi says that the US spent months on bullying India into ending oil imports from Russia. Well, that's not entirely factually true, because India did not end its oil imports from Russia. India reduced its oil imports from Russia. And then the Americans claimed that India had ended oil imports from Russia. So not entirely factually correct. India reduced its oil imports from Russia, but did not end them. But Trump claimed, and the Americans claimed, that India had ended oil imports. And the Americans then claimed that we have given India temporarily permission to start importing oil again from Russia. So the Americans kept claiming that India had stopped buying Russian oil. The data shows that India had kept buying Russian oil, but reduced quantity. So Aragchi will say what he will say. And Aragchi is basing whatever he is saying on what the Americans have been claiming. Right? And Pezeshkian did not tweet about Modi like his calls with Putin and Sharif. That's fine. That's okay. That's his choice. That's all right. But look at the actions. They are allowing Indian oil destined for India to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And overall, the relationship seems okay. Obviously, there's going to be strain. There's going to be a strain in the relationship because of the war. But overall, the India-Iran relationship is okay. So Iran is not taking any actions that are anti-India. India is also not taking any actions that are anti-Iran. Now, all these words and diplomacy, that's okay. That is fine. Acharya Chanakya says, will the FDI flowing to Dubai shift to Singapore or India? That remains to be seen. Look, if you want FDI to flow into India, you have to lay down a red carpet for the FDI, for the investors. You have to make the investors feel welcome. How do you make somebody feel welcome? You give them great treatment. You treat them like they're royalty. You open doors for them. You don't ask them to fill this form in triplicate and do these 78 different procedures and then wait 3 years to acquire land or 7 years to acquire land. You don't do all that. You have to make them feel welcome. So if India doesn't make it easier to invest in India, then the FDI flowing into Dubai will go somewhere else, not to India, maybe Singapore, maybe somewhere else. If you see, it's not FDI that's flowing into Dubai. It's wealthy people who go to Dubai mostly and invest in some, FDI, foreign direct investment. Invest in real estate, invest in whatever. So why can't India do that? Why can't India make investors feel welcome? So unless we do that, nothing will flow into India. Abhay Singh says, what do you think is the timeline for Indo-China war? I don't say any Indo-China war. No timeline. Mighty Ahir says, why Ahirs and Gurjars were called criminal tribes? We never called anybody criminal tribes. The goddamned British called certain people criminal tribes. Okay? Why? Because they resisted the British occupation of India. That's why they were called criminal tribes. See, before the British came to India, nobody was called a criminal tribe. I don't know. We will disregard what the Mughals and the Turks may have done. They also did all kinds of nasty stuff to reconfigure Indian society. But when the British started taking over large parts of India, various people resisted that in various parts of India. And those who kept resisting were then categorized as criminal tribes. And then it was made a criminal offense to have any kind of relationship with them. This caused the marginalization of those communities. That's what happened. So if some people were classified as criminal tribes, it's because they resisted the British occupation of India. Vivek Singh says, Navik issue is serious. When the fact that we are going to have unmanned water and air drones, which will depend on such satellites for navigation and data links, it's very serious. If you want to have unmanned drones that will, in a war, strike at enemy targets within enemy territory, if you want to have such systems, you need to have your own navigation system, satellite navigation system. And now we don't have a functional satellite navigation system. It is not serious, it's a disaster. How did the government end up in this position? How did they let things slip so badly? I simply have no answers. I can't even imagine how this is acceptable. Right? I just don't understand. If you have an advanced missile that takes data, that takes us, that it takes inputs from satellites to fine tune and refine its position so that it strikes the target exactly where it's supposed to strike, then you need that system, right? The Navig system. What should happen is that in the next 3 to 5 years, India should create a global satellite navigation system, not a local one. Maybe it will take 30, 35, 40 satellites, maybe 5 for backup. Why can't we do it? How much does a satellite cost? I mean, the entire Mangalyaan mission cost $75 million, including the rocket launch and everything else. So I would say a Navik satellite may cost $10 million, maybe $20 million. Okay? Maybe the atomic clock costs 10 million more. So maybe it's 30 million. So if you have 10, it's 300 million. If you have 30, it's 900 million. So for, let's say, $1.5 billion, you can have a global navigation system. Then let's say another 100 million for the rocket launches or whatever. Why can't we do it? What is preventing the government of India from doing this? Why is the government of India taking this so lightly? So anyway, this is a disaster for India. Absolute disaster. Okay, Cosmic Observer, thank you very much, sir or ma'am. Akshit Sharma says, Namaste, why will the US not try putting boots on the ground in Iran? To understand why the US will not want to do this, let us give me a second. Do I have a relief map of Iran somewhere? Maybe I do. Okay, maybe I do. Give me a second. Let me put that on the screen. All right. Let me put the. Okay, so to understand Why the US will not do this? Let's see the relief map of Iran. This is what Iran looks like. Okay, Iran is a mountainous country. It's full of mountains. The coastline of Iran is super mountainous, and the borders of Iran are super mountainous. The interior of Iran is super mountainous. Mountains all over the place. When you have terrain like this, it's like the entire country becomes like a fortress. And if you're trying to invade it, it's going to be suicidal. As an example, the Americans, they tried invading Afghanistan, right? They invaded Afghanistan and they fought the Taliban for 20 years. At the end, the Americans succeeded in replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. And the Americans, even though they may have occupied Afghanistan for 20 years, they were in possession of Kabul and a few cities. They had no control over what was happening in the countryside and the mountains, in the valleys. The Americans tried their best to defeat the Taliban, but they failed. They utterly failed. Now, Iran is like Afghanistan multiplied by 10, or maybe multiplied by 5, or whatever. It's going to be even more difficult. And the Iranian military has been preparing for 40 years, 45 years. It's going to be suicidal for the US to try this. Prasaradana says, even if Iran is totally destroyed and balkanized, it doesn't guarantee attacks on GCC, US bases, etc. Capability want to attack won't go away, I think. Even if, yeah, I agree with you. Even if Iran is somehow destroyed, balkanized, okay, so let's see the ethnic divisions in Persia, okay, so to understand the potential hypothetical balkanization, how it may happen, okay. Ethnic groups in Persia. What happened? Once again, ethnic groups in Iran. All right, let's see. Let's see the map of the ethnic groups in Iran. So as you can see, there's multiple ethnicities in Iran. Maybe we'll look at this. Yeah. So red is Persian. In the east, you have the Balochis. Then you have Loristanis and Kurds and Khorasani Turks. You have the Azerbaijanis, Azeris, and so on and so forth. So even if Iran is somewhat balkanized, the majority of the country will remain united because it is Persian. Balkanization can only happen on ethnic lines, if it ever happens. So even if it is balkanized, even if the Azeri part of Azerbaijani part of Iran is lost, even if the Kurdish part of Iran, the Western Kurdish part of Iran is lost or whatever, Persia, even if Balochistan is lost, more than half of Iran will remain united and they will keep fighting. They will keep fighting. And they will still have the capability to hit US bases in the GCC countries and so on. So it won't go away. So I agree with your assessment. I agree. Rumit Mishra says, I think because India wants to show West that we are executing space missions on such a lower cost, ISRO is compromising heavily on quality of satellites. ISRO should get better for the security of the nation. So I don't want to speculate as to why we have a space program. Are we doing this because we want to impress the world and show the West that we also can do things, the kind of things you do? Why do we have ISRO? Why do we have a space program? Is it to impress the world? I don't know about that. A space program costs money. Money should be invested, but the outcomes should strengthen the nation. Why do we need a space program? We need a space program, first of all, because we need satellites in space. If we have satellites in space, we can have a global positioning system. We can have eyes in space that look at what's happening on the ground. We can have satellites that are used for agricultural research purposes that will help the farmers. We can have satellites that are spy satellites, military satellites. These things, if you are a major nation, you need these things. Eventually, we will want to have a presence on the moon, eventually on Mars. Otherwise, other nations will take over and we'll be left behind. So for these reasons, we need a space program. Okay? That's why we need it. It's vital to have a world-class space program. It should not exist because hypothetically we want to impress the world. Who cares? Now it's clear that the Indian space program is being neglected by the government. How many rockets do we launch in a year? Four, five, six? It's peanuts. SpaceX launches dozens of rockets in a month. It's a private company. So the government of India needs to take space seriously. I've been saying this for years. India needs to take this very seriously. ISRO needs to, whatever issues may exist in ISRO, I mean, the issues may be administrative and bureaucratic rather than scientific or engineering related. The quality of the staff is great. The engineers are great. The rocket engineers and so on. The issue probably is potentially, hypothetically, bureaucratic or administrative. That needs to be fixed. If there is any sabotage potentially happening, which is why PSLV rockets have failed at least twice recently, that needs to be fixed, addressed, right? So, yeah, it's extremely concerning that the government of India has completely taken space lightly in the past few years. Yeah, and this needs to be addressed urgently. Don Thomas says, do you actually think democracy is the best solution we have? Feels like a popularity contest. Altogether, team with better PR comes to power. Also, our problem with meritocracy. Well, democracy is actually, see, what is democracy? It's a popularity contest. It's all about being popular. Now, the easiest way, see, when you have a low quality population with low IQs because of the horrible education system, then you have to, then to be popular, you have to do stupid things. You do stupid things like making people happy in the short term, giving people short term benefits to get votes immediately. Short term benefits like giving people reservations. Give everybody reservations to please everybody. Give everybody freebies. The Indian taxpayer pays money, and that money is taken to give freebies to people. Oh, everybody gets some. If you are in a certain community or if you are an important vote bank, we will give you free money every month or whatever. Ladli Behna Yojana, this Yojana, that Yojana, free stuff, free money, all that. We'll give you reservations, even if you score very poor marks. You will get an admission in a medical college or whatever, that sort of thing. So this is what democracy brings to you. If you have a low quality population, so if you want to have democracy, you need to have a high quality, intelligent population. For that, you need a high quality education system. India has one of the world's worst education systems. India's education system is trash. So democracy can work potentially if you have a high quality, intelligent, well informed, thinking population. India doesn't have that. India is a population that's all emotions, no thinking, no understanding of the world. So for a nation like India, democracy doesn't work. Democracy is a disaster. See, what is leadership? The purpose of democracy is to elect leaders, right? Representatives, the right person to represent you all and lead you. So let's say you are a constituency, a town, or some portion of a city, and you vote for the Lok Sabha. So you want to elect the best possible person who will represent you and act as your representative in Lok Sabha. And essentially, that person will lead you. You want the best possible person to lead you. Now, as a leader, you are supposed to have a long-term view and to make decisions that are going to be beneficial for the people in the long term, not short term. But generally, decisions that you make that will be beneficial long term, those decisions that invariably involve short term pain. Decisions and actions that will give you long term benefits, they usually involve short term pain. But in a democracy, if you give people short term pain, you lose the next election. And that's why the nation is trapped in this endless cycle of giving people short term pleasure. And that is going to sink the nation. in the long term. A leader has to take unpopular decisions. But in a democracy, if you take unpopular decisions, you lose the next election, which is why democracy is a disaster for India. Subhash Chandra Bose was right. If he had come to power in India, then he wanted to impose dictatorship for 20 years to fix the problems and then bring in democracy potentially. That was the right solution. But we started with democracy. People who don't know how to read or write or think, they vote. It's like allowing an 8-year-old to vote. Somebody asked me in the beginning of this live stream, right? Why do I say that Satyamev Jayate is wrong? So I have to explain as if that person is 8 years old. So India's population, it's like more than a billion 8-year-olds who are voting. They don't understand the world. They think their reactions are all emotional reactions. When people react emotionally to everything, imagine what will happen when a leader takes a decision that will give you short-term pain. How will they react? They'll say, this is the worst leader we've ever had. Vote him out of power. Which is why for a nation like India, democracy is a disaster. Disaster. And even good leaders, if they want to remain in power, they will have to start making compromises. Yeah. Honey Guru says, when did Islamic rule begin, Mughal or Delhi Sultanate? Well, it depends on which part of India we're talking about. The Mughal Empire itself, during Aurangzeb's time, which was the largest geographical extent of the Mughal Empire, even at that time, it did not encompass the entirety of India. So if you were to ask me, when did Islamic or Turkic rule begin in India? Well, it starts with in the 8th century with Muhammad bin Qasim invading Sindh and occupying some territories in Sindh. That is the beginning. So at that time, what had happened is that Persia had already fallen to the Arabs. So for the first time, the Arabs could see India from Persia, because west of Persia, you have India. Right now, it's temporarily Pakistan, but that was India. So then they said, let's expand our territory. So that's why Muhammad bin Qasim made a raid, or a series of raids or whatever, on Sindh, and then captured some territory. That is the beginning, you could say. Apart from that, when did proper Turkic rule begin in some part of India? 1,000 years ago, when Gandhar fell to the Turks. Gandhar means Afghanistan. That's where it begins. And then slowly it crept ahead. Gandhar fell to the Turks 1,000 years ago. And then you had the Delhi Sultanate, which was a small sultanate for a while. That happened like 300 or so years ago, or 300 or so years after the fall of Gandhar. So in the meanwhile, for centuries, India resisted and fought the Turks off over and over again. Then you have the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate, the Mamluk Sultanate, right? The slave Sultanate. You had these Mamluk kings like Iltutmish and Balban. Iltutmish, his daughter Razia was queen of that region, small region, for a while. So even at that time, the Delhi Sultanate was not a big thing. So if you want to ask about the beginnings, in the west it is Sindh, about 8th century. In the 8th century, in the north it is Gandhar, about 1,000 years ago, around 1000 AD. Mr. Sid says, do you think if the US wins this war, radical Islamic terrorism will take a huge blow? Probably the only benefit for India? No. Iran is not whatever you mean by radical Islamic terrorism. Iran is not that. Iran is not a radical Islamic terrorist nation or whatever. It's not. So even if the Americans win, it won't have what you're saying is not going to happen. If you consider something to be so-called radical Islamic terrorism, that emanates out of Pakistan, not out of Iran. Okay, please understand that. Let us not fall prey to propaganda, because what happens if we fall prey to propaganda? Then Satyamev Jayate is no longer valid. Then then you have a situation where asatyamev jayate. So let us not fall prey to falsehoods and propaganda. This terrorism, it emanates out of Pakistan, not Iran. If the Americans hypothetically win the war, which they will not win, but even if they do, Pakistan will remain a terrorist entity, and they will be actually emboldened. And then India will face way more of this phenomenon that you're talking about. It's going to have the opposite effect. The terrorism will not take a huge blow; it will be emboldened. All right. Okay. Cosmic Observer says, could the deep state shift power to New Delhi? Well, even Xi Jinping could hypothetically shift power to New Delhi, but no. No. Okay, no. Answer to your question. The answer to your question is no. No, not happening. Sai says, good evening. So, yes, good evening. I have two questions. What's up with North Korea suddenly launching missiles? And saw this news piece which said that Iran allowed Indian vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, called India's friend. Maybe India's playing this well. Okay. What's up with, first of all, the question about North Korea? What's up with North Korea launching missiles? Well, North Korea is doing this simply to remind the world, the US, that if you have any hopes or any if you are hoping that maybe if Iran is not going well, we will target North Korea or whatever, just remind you that we have missiles that can reach the American mainland. So North Korea, it keeps from time to time, it keeps on demonstrating its military capabilities and operational readiness to its enemies. Its enemies are the US and the US vassals in the region. The US vassals in the region, sadly, are South Korea and Japan. So North Korea periodically makes a demonstration of its missile capabilities, technological capabilities, and operational readiness. And that's what we have seen just now. It's not suddenly happened. It keeps happening from time to time. Every few months, the North Koreans do this. So that has the effect of, first of all, reminding the world that North Korea is not to be treated lightly. It has to be taken seriously. Secondly, it keeps the army as a well-oiled machine. It ensures that the missiles are in good shape and so on, and they can keep testing. And maybe they make some improvements to missiles, and they can test it out in that case. So that's about North Korea. Now, news piece about Iran. Iran has allowed Indian vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It has, yes, and Iran called India as a friend. It did call India as a friend. Maybe India is playing this well. India now is playing this well. Yes. Also, like I said, if you see my channel, okay, if you see the titles of the past few live streams, you can see that shift happening in the Indian perspective. See, 13 days ago, I had this emergency episode because the war suddenly, exploded. The Americans attacked Iran and killed Khamenei. Then that was 13 days ago. 11 days ago, my title was Iran war escalates, India picks a side. That is when the Prime Minister of India, from his tweets, you could say that he has verbally picked the side of Israel and the US. Then 9 days ago, the title is the war, US Israel Iran war, Iran hits back, Trump trapped ? Then 6 days ago, India recalibrates. Right? So India's position has changed over time. India recalibrates, so I think overall India is doing fine. India may have verbally taken the side of Israel and the US, but India has not taken any actions that are anti-Iran. India has taken actions that are actually kind of pro-Iran, especially allowing an Iranian warship to dock at an Indian port when the Americans actually want to destroy that warship. So I think overall India is ensuring that it doesn't tilt too much on any side. And that's the right approach from India's perspective. India should not pick a side. India should not be pro-US and Israel. India should also not be anti-US and anti-Israel. India should not be pro-Iran. India should also not be anti-Iran. We have good relations with all these actors. With the US, I mean, US, we have good relations historically the past 20 years, but Trump has messed it up. It's not our fault. With Israel, we always had the good relationship the past 10, 12 years. With Iran, well, that's a very ancient story, but yeah, since 1980 or so, we've had good relations with Iran, reasonably good relations with Iran. So we should not mess any of this up. So I think overall, India is doing the right thing. Pratardana says, conspiracy theory. The government is destroying ISRO for the West. Well, I could not possibly comment about this. I mean, what does India, the government of India, gain by allowing ISRO to wither away? Yeah, sure. Maybe the West will be pleased if this happens. If ISRO becomes defunct or ISRO starts doing very poorly, the West will be pleased about it. But why do we want to please the West? So, yeah, obviously, so the implications of what you are saying, I understand, and I hope that that is not the case. The implications are that there are elements in the Indian government that have been bought out by the West. That's what you're implying. I hope that is not the case. Yeah. Pradeep Kumar Roy says about Adramelech and Annamelech. I have no idea what these things are, but let me try and Google that. Adramelech. What on earth is that? Adramelech and Annamelech. Adramelech. Oh. Adramelech and Annamelech were ancient Mesopotamian deities worshipped by Sepharvite colonists resettled in Samaria, as described in something or the other. Associated with the Assyrian city of Sippar, their worship involved the barbaric ritual of burning children in fire. Okay, I am not aware of this, so I don't know what to say. This is the first time I'm hearing these names. I have not studied the history of this region. It's never interested me too much. I mean, I've studied history of Mesopotamia, etc. I've studied the history of the Assyrians, the Mesopotamians, but not their gods and not these barbaric rituals. Those things I have no idea about. So, okay. Panchar says Psalm 91, 11, 12 says, "He shall give his angels charge over thee." I strongly believe Donald J. Trump is our guardian angel. Please explain, sir. You believe Donald J. Trump is your guardian angel? Our as in who? Who's us? Our guardian angel means us. But who is the us that you're referring to? Are you talking about the United States? Are you American? You've paid in rupees, so it doesn't look like you're American. Are you saying Donald J. Trump, is India's guardian angel or the guardian angel of the entire world? I would disagree very strongly. I would disagree very strongly about that. Donald J. Trump is no one's guardian angel. He is a force of destruction. And these biblical or whatever psalms, I have no understanding of those. Yeah, so what can I explain about this? I can't explain what I don't understand and what I disagree with. So, okay. Alka Shikari says, has peace mediations, peace talks ever stopped any wars so far? Have peace mediations, peace talks stopped wars in the past? I'm sure it's happened. Can I think of any? I mean, I am not a student of minor wars. I've studied the history of the First and Second World Wars. Those wars were not ended through negotiations and mediations and all that. When it comes to other wars, the Gulf War, the first Iraq War, the first oil war did not end through mediations and negotiations. The second oil war did not end. The second Gulf War, Iraq War, also ended with an American victory. I am not sure if that happens. I'm sure minor wars may have ended in the past through negotiations and mediations and all, but overall, no major war has ended like this. Can't think of any. India-Pakistan wars. India-Pakistan wars are not major global wars. 1948, there was a war. which ended. How did it end? It ended because Nehru went to the United Nations instead of taking back Kashmir, the PO, which is now POK, that part of Kashmir. 1965 it ended whichever way without negotiations or whatever. 1971 ended with a massive disaster for Pakistan. 1998 Kargil war ended with India recovering its territory. Um, Operation Sindoor was a very minor war, even in the India-Pakistan context. 3-day war. It ended after the Pakistanis called India and kind of it ended whichever way. Probably because Donald Trump intervened. And there was not mediation or negotiations, it was threats. So yeah, I can't think of any major war that has ended because of negotiations and mediations. Arg Mittal says, is this war reshaping the Middle East power balance between Iran and the US-Israel bloc? Is this decline of US superpower status, will it help India? Okay. Is this war reshaping the power balance, the balance of power in the Middle East between Iran and the US-Israel bloc? Very much. Very much. Look, officially, I don't know what the Americans are saying in the official news that's coming out. Unofficially, I very strongly believe that most of the American bases in the region have been significantly damaged. If this war continues for another 2 weeks, all the American bases in the region are going to be destroyed completely by Iran. Okay? If those bases are gone, then America loses its power projection capabilities in the region completely. Completely loses it. And Iran becomes the major power in the region. Okay, Israel is also a major power in the region. It still has its nuclear deterrent. But Israel has taken massive damage. Okay, the media may not be showing it, but I'm pretty sure Israel has taken a similar kind of damage that Iran has taken. So the balance of power in West Asia is being reshaped in front of our eyes. The myth of the American military umbrella has been shattered. Whenever the war ends, maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a few months, whenever it ends, if Iran is still standing, which looks like it will be, then, well, the Gulf nations will have no choice but to stop relying on American protection. The Gulf nations' economies will be totally reconfigured as a consequence. So, what we are seeing is the beginning of the visible decline of America's superpower status. America can still destroy much of Iran through nuclear attacks, but Iran will still keep fighting. America can't defeat Iran. That's what is very clear now. Even after a few months, if Iran runs out of drones and missiles, they will still keep fighting. And the Americans won't be able to defeat them, even if they put boots on the ground. So this is a major miscalculation by the US. It's a disaster for America. It's a disaster for Trump. He can keep tweeting whatever he wants, but this is a massive failure by the US. And Israel also has taken huge blows. And Israel also can't defeat Iran. So yeah, to answer your question now in brief, the war is indeed reshaping the balance of power in West Asia. And this is the beginning of the visible decline of American superpower status. Will it help India? Well, if American power declines, see, today, what is the major problem India faces? The major problem that India faces today geopolitically is America's containment policy towards India. America is trying to contain India. They are openly saying they will not make the same mistake with India that they made with China, which means we will not allow you in your economy to grow. We want to constrain you. We don't want you to grow beyond a certain point. We want to use you as a market. We want you to be a vassal. Now, if American power declines, then it's going to be good for India. India will have more options. So yes. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, I recently found out that our galaxy is revolving around a massive black hole called Sagittarius A star. It's Sagittarius A star. And all galaxies forming a cluster called Laniakea supercluster moving towards shapely supercluster space is huge. Correct. Yes. So our solar system is in one of the arms of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy is a spiral galaxy. What's a spiral galaxy? What does it look like? Let's take a look. Spiral galaxy. So we can't really see what the Milky Way is shaped like because we are inside it. But a spiral galaxy typically looks like this. Okay. A great example is Andromeda, which is our closest neighboring galaxy. But a spiral galaxy typically looks like this. It has got arms that look like a spiral. And the sun, our solar system, is in one of these spiral arms. Okay. And at the center of our galaxy, we have a situation, okay, through observations we have seen that there's a bunch of stars at the center of our galaxy that are dancing around very fast around some invisible object. And based on the calculations of the masses of the stars and the speeds and all that, that invisible object has a mass of several million times the mass of our sun. And it's invisible. And clearly it's a supermassive black hole, most likely. Okay. So once again, go here. Milky Way supermassive black hole. No, what is that? Why is it in Devanagari? Milky Way supermassive black hole. So at the center of the Milky Way, we have these stars. Milky Way stars. Okay, so this is a representation of the stars at the center of our galaxy, in the way they dance around this invisible object. So we can't see the supermassive black hole, but we can see the stars moving around it. And if you take images over like a couple of decades, you will see how the stars have been moving around this thing, and that's why we know it's there. Now, our galaxy is one of trillions of galaxies in the universe, and in our local supercluster is called the Laniakea supercluster, and we can look at that also. Laniakea Laniakea, yes. Yeah, so that's kind of what it looks like. The red dot is our Milky Way, and all the other dots are other galaxies and so on. So the universe is massive, huge. It's huge beyond our imagination. Okay, Argamital says, if US bases look vulnerable in conflicts, could host nations reconsider hosting them? And do they realistically have the power to remove US bases? Right. The US bases, do they look vulnerable in conflicts? It depends on where the US bases are. So right now you have a bunch of American bases in West Asia that have been very significantly damaged, clearly. Some of them may have been completely destroyed. And these bases were created in these host nations by giving the promise that by allowing the Americans to host a base in your territory, you are getting American protection, American military protection. So if somebody tries to hurt you, this American military base will protect you. That was a story that was told to these Gulf nations. Well, clearly that story has turned out to be a lie. These American military bases can't defend themselves, forget about defending the host nation. So this situation only exists where you have a more powerful nation in the region. So American bases typically encircle nations that the Americans don't like. You have American bases that kind of encircle Russia. You have American military bases that encircle Iran. You have American military bases that encircle China. You have bases around India also. So now in West Asia, we have seen that American military bases can't defend themselves and can't defend the host nations. What about Japan and South Korea? Both of these nations host more than 100 American military bases each. Japan has more than 130 American military bases. Now, why have the Americans put all these bases there? Obviously, with an eye on China. Taiwan is also an American fortress, military fortress. So now the Chinese are looking at what's happening in Iran, and now it's very clear how to defeat the Americans. You need tremendous numbers of ballistic missiles and drones. If you have the quantity, you will be able to defeat the Americans no matter what happens. So the question now is, now that we understand this, will South Korea reconsider hosting American military bases? Will Japan reconsider hosting American military bases? They may reconsider, but do they have the power to remove them? They don't. When you have a nation like Japan with more than 130 American bases in its territory and thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers, how can they remove them? They won't go. The occupying force is more powerful than the host nation, so they can't remove them. Right? The Gulf nations may be now in a position to ask the Americans to leave permanently, because now they can tell Iran that, you know what, we don't want the American bases, we are asking them to leave. And if they don't leave, pound them more, destroy them. And the Americans can't do a thing about that. So the Gulf nations now are in a position to ask the Americans to leave and don't come back. But Japan and North and South Korea are not in that position. Taiwan is not in that position. Kaushal Kumar Shukla says, should India try to stay out of all wars and provide services to everyone? Like Switzerland does for banking, how feasible it is. India should provide services to everyone. So India should provide services to the US, to Israel, to Iran, everybody. No, it doesn't make sense. India should definitely stay out of all wars. Look, this war that's happening, we didn't start it. It's not our war. We never wanted this war. This war is bad for the people in that region, and it's bad for us too. So India should stay out of this war. India should not take a side, right? And should India provide services to everyone? Let's say India provides services to the Americans. What kind of service could India provide? One service the Americans will want India to provide is allow the US Navy to be resupplied from Indian ports along the west coast of India. There are various Indian ports on the west coast of India. The Americans will say, allow our ships to dock there. And then we will fly cargo planes to Indian airports with supplies. And those supplies will bring to the ports, to your ports, Indian ports, and we will resupply our warships with that. If we provide that service to America, we are taking a clear side in the war. And Iran will then consider India to be an enemy nation. Do you want that? Why do we want that? And what service could we provide to Iran? I'm not sure. So my point is, when there's a war going on, don't take sides. And don't provide services to anyone. Not a good idea. Nihal Rathore says, I have observed among world, Iran have one of the most smart looking, very smart looking, fit, witty, poetic, well-dressed and visionary, especially Mr. Syed Abbas Araghchi. All right, sir. Thank you for sharing your observation. All right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, I also read somewhere that our universe is most likely inside a massive black hole, and Big Bang is of actually formation of a black hole. Also, what is the black hole information paradox? Look, it's a theory. It's a theory that maybe the universe is inside a black hole, a massive black hole. Maybe we are inside a massive black hole. It's a theory. There's no evidence for it. We know that the universe is expanding. If we are inside a black hole, how come the universe is expanding? Is the black hole also expanding? Do we see expanding black holes anywhere? We don't see that. So if black holes have a certain set of properties that are valid everywhere, then how does that make sense along with the known observational evidence that the universe is expanding? It doesn't fit together. So that's one data point that kind of tells you that we are maybe not inside a massive black hole. Right? So it's not a fact. It's a theory. And we have evidence, we have observational evidence that kind of refutes that theory. But it's still a good thought experiment to have. I mean, what if we are actually inside a black hole? If you have a black hole that's large enough, to contain our entire universe, how would that situation look like from a physics perspective, based on what we understand of the laws of physics? It's a good thought experiment, and that's why physicists consider these things, these possibilities. But there are issues with this theory. Okay, what's this black hole information paradox? See, black holes are known to have only three properties. From It's called the black hole, from the perspective of thermodynamics. There is something called the no hair theorem. Black holes have no hair. Hair means details. So from the perspective of, from what we understand of black holes, any black hole that you take anywhere in the world, that you observe, it can be described by only three properties. You only need three pieces of information to understand everything about the black hole: its mass, its charge, and its angular momentum. What is angular momentum? Spin. Is it off spin or is it leg spin? Is it off spin? Is it leg spin? That's all you need to know. So if you know the black hole's mass, charge, and angular momentum, then you know everything about the black hole. That is the best understanding we have of black holes. Okay. So does it mean, but when a black hole absorbs material, it's absorbing charge. So we know that black holes have possibly a little bit of charge. Overall charge becomes neutral inside a black hole mostly, but it's also absorbing other information. For example, if it's absorbing photons of polarization, what happens to that information about the photon polarization that went inside? Is it destroyed? So there's a lot of information that goes inside the black hole, which seems to get destroyed by the black hole. And at the end of the day, all we are left with is mass, charge, and angular momentum. But information can't be destroyed. That's also what physics tells us. So are black holes objects that violate the laws of physics? So on the one hand, we have information theory that says information can't be destroyed. And then on the other hand, we have black hole physics that says black holes have only three properties. So there's this paradox that you can't have this and that together. So that's the black hole information paradox. Epic with Anya says, what do you think US economic and political situations change after the war? Well, I don't see this war ending soon. It is not in Iran's interest to end the war soon. If you end the war now, it will give the US and Israel time to regroup, maybe 2-3 years, reformulate a better strategy, and attack Iran again. And if Iran stops the war right now, agrees to a ceasefire, then the Americans will rebuild their bases in the region, in all the Gulf nations. So Iran doesn't want to end the war right now. Iran wants to finish the American presence in the region once and for all. And Russia will help Iran in doing that. China will help Iran in doing that. It's a disaster for the US. So let's say sometime the war ends with not a US victory. And if the US doesn't win, it means the US loses. If the US loses this war in this region, that is going to be an absolute disaster for Trump and for the Republican Party. Economically, there's going to be a disaster for the US because the petrodollar system will no longer work. And Iran will ensure, if it succeeds in this war, in surviving the war, that now going forward, Iranian oil will not be sold in US dollars. Iranian oil will be sold to other countries. Even the Gulf nations will be pressurized in accepting other currencies for oil. So it's going to be a disaster for the petrodollar system. The world will start de-dollarizing rapidly. As a consequence, if the dollar becomes weak, the American economy will start crashing. This is a much bigger disaster than what we are seeing right now, than what most people are seeing right now. If Iran prevails in this war, that could herald the end of the petrodollar system. And Gulf oil will then be sold in Chinese yuan, Russian rubles, Indian rupees. The Americans may still pressurize India to only use US dollars. Maybe India can be pressurized, but the Chinese can't be pressurized. The Russians can't be pressurized. Right? So it's going to be a very big setback for the American economy. And from a political perspective, it's a disaster for Trump. This has been his worst decision, right? So most likely Trump and the Republicans will lose the midterm elections. Trump will become a lame duck president who can't, pass any legislation. And yeah, economically, it's a big setback for the Americans, and things are going to get worse. Every as time goes forth, as time goes by. A Kamjot says, why are the Jews so far ahead in winning Nobel Prizes? Well, maybe they are very brilliant people. Maybe the Jews are the most intelligent and brilliant people in the world, possibly. Maybe that's why they win so many Nobel Prizes. That's a possibility. Maybe it's that. Anirudh Kumar says, can you tell us about Raja Rawal, the founder of Rawalpindi? Look, I don't know his history in great detail. Bappa Rawal, right? So the story, a lot of his story is shrouded in legend. So we don't know what the exact story is. But yeah, he was a Rajput, he was a warrior, and he fought the Turks in the Punjab region, and he fought them and defeated them and freed the region from Turkic occupation and rule. And he founded a city in what is now Punjab, which is named after him, Rawalpindi. Eventually, the Turks took over the region again, but that's the story in short. I don't know the details because we don't know what is legend and what's actually the actual accurate history. So I am not very sure about it. Okay, so that's in brief about Bappa Rawal. Pradeep Kumar Roy says Andhra Melech Baal and Anna Melech real Moloch. I don't know. I am not aware of this. Sorry. Harman Bajwa says it's sad to see some section of Indians don't understand nuisance with respect to Iran. You mean nuances? Either they are looking as only Muslim nation or they are biased peddling somebody else's agenda. Can you list some for viewer? List some what? Some agendas or some biases? Look, I'll tell you how I see this matter. I don't know how other people see. I don't know what to list. I'll tell you how I see this matter. See, ever since I've been discussing geopolitics, there have been people who have portrayed me in various ways. One portrayal is that AbhijitChavda is very strongly pro-Russia. Another portrayal is that I am very strongly anti-US. Another portrayal is that I am very strongly anti-West. Another portrayal nowadays is that I am somehow pro-Iran. The fact of the matter is that I am neither of these things. I'm none of these things. I am only pro-India. I see whatever's happening in the world from the perspective of the Indian national interest. I understand who is trying to constrain India, who's trying to contain India, who's trying to harm India in various ways. I understand who's not trying to harm India. And that's how I do my analysis. Now, when it comes to this war that's going on right now, Iran obviously is a Muslim nation, officially, Islamic Republic of Iran. But that's okay, right? Why can't we be friends with Islamic nations? Mr. Modi has established great relations between India and the various Gulf nations like Saudi Arabia, like the UAE, like Oman. We've also had good relations with Iran. So just because a nation has a certain religion doesn't mean that it's naturally an enemy of India, right? Lots of Indians visit the UAE all the time. Lots of Indians live in the Gulf region in UAE. They've been treated very well. There have been issues in some countries, like whatever those are. We'll not name them here, right? So, see, the world is complex. It's full of nuances. When the education system destroys your intelligence, you don't see that. You only see things in black and white. And that's an issue. So that's why you've got lots of Indians who, and when you don't see nuance, when you don't understand nuance, when you don't appreciate the complexities and nuances, that's when you become super susceptible to propaganda, black and white propaganda. And there's going to be a bunch of Indians who are either taken over by propaganda or who are peddling propaganda on someone else's behalf, possibly. I will not take anyone's names or whatever, but it is what it is, right? So my point is, look at the entire situation from India's perspective, from the perspective of the Indian national interest. What are India's interests in the region? Do you understand those interests? If you don't understand, do some research. And then ask yourself, is this war helping or harming India's interests? If the US wins, does it help India's interests or does it harm India's interests? If the US loses, does it help India's interests or does it harm India's interests? And maybe both situations can in some way hurt India's interests and also further India's interests. So which situation, which scenario is more beneficial for India? Which scenario is less beneficial for India? You have to understand this in great detail. Right? Yeah. So with India, it's always like this. Indians are very emotional. Indians don't understand nuance. Indians don't do deep analysis. Indians are very susceptible to propaganda. And it's overall not the fault of the Indian population. It's the fault of the Indian education system that hasn't prepared Indians for the complexities of international relations. That's the problem. Srijan, thank you very much, Srijan. Anirudh Kumar says, why does India have diplomatic relations with irrelevant nations like Lebanon, Malawi, Yemen, Somalia, Finland, etc.? Isn't this a waste of time, energy, and resources? It is not. It is not. No nation is irrelevant. For example, one relevance of small nations. When you are in the United Nations, let's say you want to pass a resolution. Let's say you want to pass a resolution to condemn Pakistani terrorism. And let's say you don't have diplomatic relations with 78 countries. Those 78 countries will either abstain or vote against you. Yeah. Maybe you will say the UN resolutions are irrelevant or whatever, but there are times when they are relevant. That's one thing. Other thing is that there are many of these nations, even though they may be small or not powerful, they may have valuable resources that may be useful for India. Right? And maybe if we don't have relations with them, maybe our enemies will make relations with them and acquire those resources. So it is very important for a nation. If you are irrelevant, if you are weak, you don't need to have relations with everybody. But if you aspire to be a superpower at Vishwaguru, or even a great power, or even a regional power, then it is very important for you to have relations with everybody. Okay, that's why India does this. Raman Gill says, do you think if World War III broke out, all these Western Canada, USA, will countries could use Indian diaspora as forced recruitment for army, just like Russia? If World War III breaks out, well, this looks like the beginning of World War III right now. First of all, let's define World War III. World War III means a war in which a large number of important and major countries get embroiled. Okay? So if this war continues, and if the Americans drag European nations into this, they force European nations to start participating, that will force Russia and China to get involved more actively than they are involved right now. And if Pakistan also gets involved because Americans use Pakistani territory for action against Iran, then the war will be on our doorstep. Pakistan and Afghanistan are already fighting a war with each other. So you see, more and more countries could start getting involved in this war, and that becomes a world war. So this war, if it is not contained, could become a world war. We are already there. Now let's say the World War III breaks out, and the Americans are in a sustained war, which is not ending, and they want to put boats on the ground or whatever, which means they need soldiers. And let's say they put boats on the ground, it doesn't work well. Soldiers die or whatever. Then they need more soldiers. Then they could start doing, drafting, conscripting people into the army. If you are in a state of emergency, you can force people to join the army. That's what's been happening in Ukraine. They've been forcing people, civilians, to join the armed forces. That's what's happening in Ukraine. So if this happens, the US could draft people forcibly. Will they only use the Indian diaspora as forced recruitment? I don't think so. They will maybe make it mandatory for civilians of a certain age range to get drafted into the military. That sort of thing situation happened during the Vietnam War, for example. And Muhammad Ali, I think he refused, and that's why he went to jail or something for a while. Elvis Presley, on the other hand, joined the military for a while. So you've had this sort of situation during the Vietnam War in the 1960s, etc., 1960s, 70s. So if war continues, it becomes a major war. It's not ending. This sort of thing could happen in the US. Canada right now is not participating in the war, so that won't happen in Canada. If Canada also gets involved and they also need more soldiers, they could draft civilians into the war effort. But I don't think they will specifically single out any ethnicity or any community like the Indian diaspora, because that goes against their constitution and laws. So they will do it irrespective of what your ethnicity is. Uh, yeah, that is a possibility, long-term possibility if the war continues. Arg Mittal says, I admire your knowledge of geopolitics, history, and astronomy. I have read your dark matter and quantum gravity papers. How did you pursue astronomy after your studies? Is ISRO 3 decades behind the US? Well, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for reading my papers. So, how did I pursue astronomy after my studies? I have never pursued astronomy. My pursuit is theoretical physics. Um, it's which subset of theoretical physics? Astrophysics and cosmology. So how did I pursue that after my studies? Yeah, after my studies, I started working, right? But while working, when you have free time, you can do your own research. When you are doing theoretical physics, you don't need equipment, you don't need labs, you don't need any of that. You need pen, paper, and brain, and your understanding of the laws of physics. So that's how I did it for a while. Right now, I'm not actively doing any research. It's not been the case for several years now that I'm not actively doing research. Eventually, I need to get back into it. So that's how I did it. Now about ISRO. Is ISRO 3 decades behind the US? Look, what are the American capabilities right now? They have the world's most powerful rocket, which is a SpaceX Starship. So let's see. So the Americans have the Starship, which is the most powerful rocket, which can launch a tremendous amount of cargo into Earth orbit. And in ISRO's most powerful rocket is the LMV-3 or whatever. It's a GSLV rocket, which can carry a small fraction of that payload into orbit. So that's the gap that we have. And technologically, I'm sure the Americans have better technology. They can use AI and whatnot in what they're doing. India can't. So if ISRO has to bridge the gap and have a rocket as powerful as the SpaceX Starship rocket, how soon can India do this? So let's quickly do a little bit of analysis. SpaceX Starship LEO payload. How much? Okay. So to low Earth orbit, it can carry about 150 tons. Massive, massive payload. Okay. Now ISRO GSLV LEO payload. GSLV can carry 6 tons. 6 tons into low Earth orbit. Starship can carry 150 tons. So that's a huge, huge gap. So let's say you want to make it 10 times more powerful, so that the GSLV or whatever rocket can carry 60 tons into low Earth orbit, which it means that you will need more powerful. Either you will need more powerful engines, or you will need 10 engines firing together. That can be done. It will take you like maybe 2-3 years to develop a rocket that has 10 engines firing together, I suppose. And of course, it's multiple stages. Yeah, we have those solid booster stages and whatnot. So it's complex. Maybe 3 to 5 years, India can develop a rocket that's 10 times more powerful. But to catch up with SpaceX Starship, which is 150 tons, it will take maybe 10 years. So I think ISRO may be about 10 years behind the US, if we are being optimistic. But if we factor in the Indian bureaucracy and administrators and all that stuff, then maybe we are 20 years behind the US. So overall, I think ISRO can catch up fast. if there is funding and if there is political will and if the bureaucratic inefficiencies are removed. Can be done. But it looks like there is no political will in India for this. Okay, M. Keshav says Vivek Ramaswamy just vanished. LOL. He was dead against the neocon lobby. Why silent now? Did he get a taste of reality? I think Vivek Ramaswamy got a taste of reality. Okay. He understood. I think he will have understood by now that his ethnicity, his skin color, and his religion are a major handicap for him in the US, in American politics. And even if he converts to Christianity, gives up Hinduism, he already peddles a monotheistic form of Hinduism, right? That we only have one God and I believe in one God and all that nonsense. Even if he converts to Christianity, first of all, there's his skin color, and secondly, his name, Vivek Ramaswamy. That's not an American name, right? So he simply doesn't stand a chance in American politics. You have to be Christian, and you have to have an American name, and you have to be a different ethnicity than Indian. You can be brown, but you have to be Mexican brown. So it's not going to work for him. And there's a tremendous amount of opposition to him. So yeah, I think he's got a big taste of reality. Vineet says Saudis and Pakistanis are having a lot of meetings. Will Pakistan attack Iran? As a lot of pressure is being built up on Munir. Pakistan has a history of creating problems in Iran. So I'm not aware of these meetings between the Pakistanis and the Saudis, but maybe it's happening. Okay. Will Pakistan attack Iran? Pakistan won't attack Iran directly unless Iran is very weak. In that case, the Pakistanis will take advantage, like cowards. Cowards attack those who are down. Cowards attack those who are weak. Right? That's Pakistan's history. But right now, Pakistan will not attack Iran. So anyway, Pakistan is a puppet of the US. Pakistan is a US vassal. They will do whatever the Americans tell them. I'm sure the Americans are currently using Pakistani airspace for at least surveillance activities vis-a-vis Iran. Let us see. Give me a second. Let's see the flight activity over Pakistan, shall we? Let's go to flight radar and see what's happening right now. Let's see. Okay, okay. So what's going on? We have activity over Pakistan. Now, what kind of aircraft are we seeing over Pakistan? What is this, for example? Where is it coming from? Where is it going? Islamabad to Riyadh. What is this? Fly Jinnah. What kind of airline is that? Fly Jinnah. Etihad. So it looks like civilian aircraft flying over the region. What is this thing here? Let's see. That's interesting. That's interesting. Where's it coming from? It's coming from the Maldives. Is it? Looks like that aircraft took off from the Maldives. This is Mafaru International Airport. Okay. So it took off from the Maldives and it flew over Indian airspace. And now it's flying over Pakistani airspace. I wonder where it's going. We don't know. Do we have any activity over Iran? Not right now. Is there any drone flying over here? Sometimes drones keep the transponders on. Can't say. Okay, so that's the situation there right now. The point is that if the Americans tell Pakistan to do something, the Pakistanis will do it. And the Americans will definitely be using Pakistani airspace and maybe Pakistani air bases for various activities. So eventually this could lead to Iranian strikes on Pakistan. But I'm sure Iran doesn't want to do it because Pakistan is a very capable military compared to Iran, at least. So yeah, that is the situation. As this war goes on, if the Americans lose their military bases in West Asia, they will possibly have to start relying on Pakistani air bases, in which case the war will shift towards Pakistan. Yeah, we'll see. VSVS says, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram. Are you sure this war will last very long, as you said, or is it possible it will end in a short time frame? I think it will last long. Now, if it ends in a short time frame, how can it possibly how can it potentially end in a short time frame? It can potentially end in a short time frame if the Americans defeat Iran or if Iran defeats the US. Now, can America defeat Iran? It can't. That's very clear now. The only way to defeat Iran properly, fully, is by launching a ground invasion of Iran. That's suicidal. So that won't happen. Iran will keep fighting. Iran seems to have enough missiles and drones to last months. And it will use its missiles and drones to destroy all the American bases in the region and destroy Israel's military capabilities. Right? So the war goes on, goes on, goes on. And America can't withdraw because that looks like a defeat. And if America says, let's have a ceasefire, Iran will say no. Because Iran wants to once and for all end the American military presence in the region. And it has the upper hand right now. So this goes on. I don't see it ending in a short time frame. Even if the Americans are quietly trying to do some backdoor negotiations through intermediaries for a ceasefire, Iran will not accept a ceasefire. So I don't see how this war ends soon. I hope it ends soon because it's terrible for everybody, including us who are not fighting it. But I don't see how it ends soon. I don't see it ending soon. M. Keshav says India with words hinted Israel support, yet Iran allows Indian tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This perplexes me. Please explain. Yeah, see, Iran is not a stupid nation. Iran has mature diplomats and leaders. Iran understands the kind of constraints that India is under. Iran understands that the Americans are pressurizing India in various ways, and that Iran understands that America has been containing India in the past few years and obstructing India's growth and so on and so forth. Iran also understands that India needs the access to the American economy and so on, which is why India is under various constraints. Iran understands that Pakistan is a US puppet that is being used by the Americans to hurt India and also potentially Iran. And if Mr. Modi verbally offered what looks like support to Iran, to Israel and the US, he has not taken any actions that will hurt Iran in any way. India has given refuge to an Iranian warship in an Indian port, thereby saving one Iranian warship from American torpedoes. So overall, India has not taken any actions that will hurt Iran. India has taken actions that actually could be portrayed by the Americans as being anti-America and pro-Iran. Right? And long term, Iran wants a good relationship with India. And Iran is now more confident it will survive this war and actually win this war. And once that happens, Iran wants good relations with India. Iran wants to keep selling oil to India in the future, resume selling oil to India. So because of these reasons, Iran has allowed a small number of nations to have their tankers cross the the Strait of Hormuz, and this includes India. Empty boxes help me get access to the history course I bought 3 years ago. What happened? Is there some problem? Send me an email with the details of the problem with your email ID and phone number. In the email ID listed in the description or in the description of any of the videos. Okay. Somalia Paul says, tell me something. If Iran thinks Israel and the US wanted to destroy them, but Israel tells Iran is existential threat to them, who is actually the one who started this conflict from the start? Look, both situations can be true. And okay, let's unpack this entire issue. In the 1950s, 60s, etc., 70s also, Iran was ruled by Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was an American puppet. His job was to give full access of Iranian oil to the West at discounted prices. So essentially, during Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's time, Iranian oil was sold to the West at discounted prices, which was bad for Iran. He made Iran a complete puppet of the West. There was a prime minister of Iran, Mohammad Mossadegh, who stopped that, who tried to stop this. He nationalized Iran's oil industry and stopped giving preferential treatment to the West. And there was a coup against him. Okay. And Pahlavi was reinstated as the guy in power. So this was the situation before 1979. When Pahlavi eventually became extremely unpopular in Iran because he was a Western slave. So eventually there was an Islamic revolution in Iran, and Mr. Khamenei came to power when the Islamic revolution succeeded in 1979. And the Shah, the fake Shah, was ousted. He went into exile in the West. And Iran, the new Iranian regime, the government of the Ayatollahs, the government of the mullahs, they declared the US as enemy number one. They declared the US as Shaitan-e-Buzurg, the great Satan. And they also said that Israel has no right to exist. Okay? And they took over the American embassy in Tehran and took a number of American diplomats, hostage for more than 400 days. Long story. So Iran became super hostile to the US and super hostile to Israel. And in retaliation, the Americans induced Saddam Hussein to launch an invasion of Iran. There was the Iran-Iraq War, 1980s, which was a disaster for both nations. So that's the story. That's how it all began. Now, now the question you're asking is, so Israel, from Israel's perspective, Iran is a nation that says Israel has no right to exist. So obviously Israel is right to be worried about Iran, because from Israel's perspective, it has the right to exist. Israel is a legitimate nation. Even I would say that. Of course it is, right? So Iran says it has no right to exist. Israel says, no, we will exist. You can't stop us. And then Israel says that Iran is developing a nuclear program. Iran does have a nuclear program. It says that it's for civilian use, it's for power generation. But obviously, a nuclear program can be used for other things as well, like creating nuclear weapons. So that's the issue. Okay. Now, this current conflict, who started it? Well, there was a war, 12-day war in 2025 last year, which started with the Israelis launching airstrikes on Iran. And it ended with American B-52 bombers destroying Natanz and Fordoz, two Iranian nuclear facilities. And then Trump claimed at the time that Iran's nuclear program had been destroyed once and for all. So last year, Trump claimed that Iran's nuclear program was destroyed, finished, permanently. Now, in 2026, this new war has started. How did it start? With an Israeli and American attack on Iran. And Trump said that we are doing this war, we have joined this war so that we destroy Iran's nuclear program. But did Trump not claim last year that he had ended it? So that's the thing. So this current conflict started with an Israeli and American attack on Iran. They started the conflict and then they assassinated Mr. Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. That's how the conflict started. Overall, that's the story. All right. Kanglei says, no timely action against Kuki illegal immigrants coming from Myanmar will pay huge to national security in the next 5 years. What's my view? I think the situation in Manipur is a disaster. I don't understand why we are allowing foreigners to squat on Indian territory. How does it advance the Indian national interest? History tells us that Kukis are foreigners, that they were artificially settled by the British in the territory of Manipur to punish the Manipuris. Who are the Manipuris? The Meiteis and the Nagas. Okay? The Meiteis and the Nagas are the indigenous people of Manipur, of this region. The Kukis are foreigners. They are foreigners even to Burma. And the British themselves never trusted the Kukis. And if you see the census records of Manipur, British census records from 1900 onwards, around that period onwards, you will see there were almost no Kukis in Manipur when the first census was taken. And then the Kuki population starts slowly rising because the British were bringing more in as a punitive measure. So the British were bringing foreigners into India. into the kingdom of Manipur, right, at the time. So that is obviously, it tells you that the cookies don't belong in this region. And now we have a big cookie population on the other side of the border inside Myanmar. And the India Myanmar border is open, the Manipur Myanmar border is open. And the last 10 years or so, if you see satellite images, you see this explosion of cookie settlements in Manipur. Looks like lakhs of cookies have come into Manipur in the last 10, 15 years. Right? And they indulge in all these terrorist activities. They have a limitless supply of arms and ammunition. Previous governments have done this suspension of operation agreement only with the cookie terrorists. And now they've taken over more than half of Manipur. And they're terrorizing the indigenous people of Manipur, whether they are whether they are Meiteis or Nagas. That's an ongoing situation right now, as of today, as of yesterday also. And the government of India doesn't seem to have control over at least half of Manipur. The city of Churachandpur has been ethnically cleansed of non-cookies. And there's gunfights happening there. How come these people have access to weapons? If you go to other parts of India, people aren't allowed to carry weapons. People aren't allowed to own weapons. You have to apply for a license, which almost nobody gets. But cookies openly wander around with AK-47s and M15s and God knows what kind of advanced weapons. India has lost control of at least half of Manipur. And imagine how the natives will feel. Imagine how the indigenous people of this region will feel. Like the government of India doesn't give a damn about them. This is exactly what caused insurgency in the entire far east of India from 1947 onwards. Every state had multiple insurgencies. Why? Because of the stepmotherly treatment given to this region by the government of India in Delhi. When there is no progress, when there is no development, when there is no food, when there are no opportunities for growth, people become dissatisfied. They become desperate. They will say, we don't want to be under your government. We want to have our own country. So there were multiple insurgencies, multiple separatist insurgencies in every state in India's far east, whether it is Assam, whether it is Mizoram, whether it is whatever else, Nagaland, Manipur. Every state had multiple insurgent outfits, separatist outfits. And then the Chinese took advantage of that. The Pakistanis took advantage of that. And the Americans took advantage of that. So if India allows this to continue in Manipur, what do you expect the people, the indigenous people, to feel? They will feel that the government of India and the people of India and the nation of India doesn't care about us. What is that going to give rise to? Separatist tendencies. This is what is happening in Manipur right now. That's my view. Saurabh says, what options does Iran have if Kharg Island is damaged by the US? Iran has many options. Kharg Island, see, what was the thing about Kharg Island? It had big oil reservoirs, right? If it's been damaged by the US, the Iranians can damage oil reservoirs and depots of other countries, Gulf countries in the region. Iran has all kinds of options. Iran can go after whatever is left of the American military bases and destroy them completely. Iran can bombard Israel even more heavily. Iran can destroy various oil refineries and oil wells in the region, whether it's in whichever Gulf country. Iran has all kinds of options, all kinds of options. Trump is getting desperate. There was no military target on Kharg Island. Let's see Kharg Island, shall we? Let us see Kharg Island. Okay. Let us go to the map and let's go to the Persian Gulf region. And where is Kharg Island? This is the island we're talking about. Okay. So as you can see, it is off the coast of Iran. Now let's go to the satellite imagery and let's see what we can discern of this island on the face of this island. Do we have any? So as you can see, these are oil reservoirs. These are oil depots. This is where oil is stored. Okay, lots of oil storage on this island. I don't see any military facilities here. This obviously is an oil tanker that is anchored over here. Does it have? Yeah, it's an oil tanker. Clearly, this is not a military ship. It's not. It's not a naval ship. Do we have anything else here? Okay, there's a hospital. There are some residential areas. There's a stadium there. What is this here? This also is a residential area. There's an airport there, sure. Do we have any fighter planes here? What is this? This looks like a non-fighter plane. Do we have any fighter planes? I'm not sure I see any military aircraft here. At first glance, at cursory glance, it doesn't look like there's any military aircraft over here. What else do we have? What is NGL? I don't know what NGL is. Construction company, power plant. So as you can see, it's oil storage facilities, residential areas. What do we have here? Yeah, so I don't see any military targets on this island. The Americans say that they've obliterated. Trump says that he has obliterated Kharga Island. Well, that looks like the act of a desperate person. Yeah, just to placate his voters at home. Ashish Raj, thank you very much, sir. Sachdev Satyajit says, I know treaties exist, but that's just a piece of paper. Will we see the militarization of space in our lifetime? Is something like rods from God even possible? Should India have a space force? See, rods from gods is the concept of taking long rods like telephone poles and shooting them from space, from orbit, onto a target on the planet. Theoretically, it works. Yeah, there's nothing in the laws of physics that prevents that from working. And the kinetic energy such a rod can have is going to be immense, so you don't need any explosive charge to cause immense damage on the target. So theoretically, it's possible, but it's never taken off for whatever reason. I'm not looking into it, but yeah, theoretically it works. But the danger of militarization of space is when you can start putting nuclear missiles or whatever into space, into orbit around the Earth. So that way, you don't have to launch a missile from a place on Earth and go on this ballistic trajectory or whatever. You can launch it directly from space. Let's say you have a satellite which will have, let's say, 10 space missiles, with the nuclear warheads. So if you launch that, it will need much less propellant, first of all, because it's already in space. It will only need to re-enter and hit the target. So it will need less propellant, which means the missile can be shorter. And secondly, the warning time becomes very less, because if you're monitoring your adversary nation and you're wondering if they're going to launch nuclear missiles, then when a launch happens, you have enough time to react to it. But if a launch happens from space, then you have way less time to react to it. So militarization of space, I think it's essentially going to be inevitable. As space programs become more mature and as technologies improve and advance, I think it's going to be almost inevitable that you're going to have militarization of space. I'm sure the American military may already have militarized space and not told us about it, because there are many classified missions that are launched, military satellites and whatnot. We don't know what's on those satellites. We don't know that. Even Starlink can be militarized. I'm sure you can put small sensors on Starlink satellites, which will not be very heavy, and which can monitor the entire Earth in real time. So each Starlink satellite can potentially be a spy satellite, apart from doing its job of beaming internet to the surface of the planet. So I think militarization has already happened. We may not know about it. It may be classified, it may be secret, but I'm sure it's already happening. Yeah. But see, you will be careful not to reveal it, because if your adversaries come to know that you have put weapons in space, then your adversary may be in a position to destroy your satellites, which will be not good for everybody, because it will cause a tremendous amount of space debris. in orbit around the planet, which means future space launches, rocket launches will become impossible. So that's the payoff. That's a trade-off. So if you have such capabilities, you're gonna keep them secret, and you will use them only as something that is as a last resort thing. So should India have a space force? I think India should also have a space force. But first of all, we need to fix ISRO. Market Whisperer says, if not for the border issue, India and China, I feel, could have been natural allies. We have a lot more in common with China than we do with the US and ISR. What is ISR? Thoughts? Okay. Israel. Do we, does India have a lot more in common with China than we have with the US and Israel? Yes. Civilizationally, we are very similar. We are both ancient civilizations. Culturally, we have a lot in common. You meet a Chinese person, you don't feel like, I mean, there's a lot of cultural similarities between us and Chinese people. So I agree with you that if not for this border issue, we could have been natural allies. Even if the border is demarcated, there's going to be tensions, because two major massive nations with a shared border, there's always tensions. The ideal scenario is that Tibet should never have become part of China. Tibet should have remained a buffer state between India and China. That way, India and China could have been natural allies. So I completely agree with you that we have a lot more in common with China than with the US or Israel, civilizationally and culturally. The current Chinese government is culturally not very Chinese. Okay, its cultural roots are communist, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist roots. Mao was an enemy of Chinese civilization. Mao Zedong. Okay, so those are the roots. But of course, they now understand the value of culture and Chinese culture, and they use it as something that gives the nation prestige. So yeah. Okay, Argmittal says, US, Russia, China have bomber. What leverage do they get? You mean strategic bombers, right? So you can use fighter planes as bombers too. That's what India does. The Sukhoi 30 can be used as a fighter bomber. Even the Rafale can be used as a fighter bomber, and so on, right? But these nations, US, Russia, China, they have strategic bombers, which are large aircraft which can carry thousands of kilograms of ordnance, bombs, cruise missiles, whatever. And these large aircraft can fly for thousands of kilometers and then release their payloads. So that allows these nations to come very close to their enemy's border and then launch a massive amount of ordnance at the targets. Right? That's what happens. Now, should India get a strategic bomber? It doesn't make sense for India to get one. Because, see, American strategic bombers, they typically fly over Alaska, or the Pacific Ocean, or the Atlantic Ocean, or Europe, or territory that is not hostile to them. And then they will launch their missiles or bombs only when they come close to the border of any hostile nation. They are not designed to fly in hostile territory. Okay? Even the Chinese bombers, strategic bombers, if they want to attack India, they will fly over Xinjiang, Tibet, etc., which is not hostile territory, and then they will launch from close to the Indian border. These strategic bombers are not designed to fly for long distances over hostile territory. So when you have the advantage of geography, you can have strategic bombers. Who does India want to attack? If let's say we want to use a strategic bomber, who do we attack? If we look at the geography, a strategic bomber, let's say it has 6,000 kilometer range. Okay, so do we want to attack some African nation, for example? Makes no sense for us to do that. Do we want to attack Southeast Asia? Obviously not. Do we want to attack Australia? No, obviously not. Our adversaries are Pakistan and China. So yeah, China's industrial base is far away from India. It's in the Shenzhen region, in the east part of China. And but to have a strategic bomber attack these territories, we will have to fly over Chinese territory or other territory, which doesn't make any sense. So for India, I think the best thing to have is to have fighter bombers that can, as long as Pakistan exists, we can use fighter bombers to address that issue. And for China, we will probably need ballistic missiles or something if we ever get into a war with China. Doesn't make sense for India to have strategic bombers because of geographical considerations. Durg Datta Panchal says, who winning US Iran conflict helps India? Iran. If Iran wins, it's better for India. And I explained why in great detail multiple times today. So if Iran wins, it's going to be strategically more advantageous for India. If the US wins, it's going to be a disaster for India, because the US victory means the destruction of Iran and the end of the current regime in Iran. So that's a disaster for India, and that's not going to happen. Vivek Singh says, many YouTubers say that the Iran-US war is a problem for China, but I think they will like the war to continue so that they can gulp Taiwan. Thoughts? I don't know what other YouTubers are saying, but let's try and analyze this logically. The war is happening, and because of that, China will have constraints, will face problems when it comes to their oil supply, which means that they will have to import more Russian oil. They will already have placed big orders, and the oil has to come all the way from the North Atlantic, transit through the Mediterranean, then through Suez, then through the Red Sea, then through the Bab el Mandeb Strait, then through the Indian Ocean, and then reach China. Maybe it takes like 35-40 days, but they can get sufficient oil from Russia. So from an oil perspective, it's a problem temporarily for the next couple of months, but then it will be fine for China. Now, the thing about this war that America is fighting against Iran is that it is consuming a lot of American munitions and missiles. The American interceptor missiles have all but become depleted in West Asia. That's why America is moving its THAAD systems from South Korea into the West Asia theater, which is leaving South Korea more vulnerable. In the first 3 days of the war, the Americans used up about 20% of their global Tomahawk missile inventory. So the longer this war continues, the more the American stocks of various kinds of weapons will get depleted, right? And if the Americans start running short of arms, ammunition, and all that, well, isn't that good for China and Russia? Of course it is. And the longer the war continues, the more the Chinese and the Russians can learn the lessons of the war. That what is working for Iran, that it's able to dominate this war. If not dominate, survive this war. And, prevent the Americans from achieving any of their objectives. From that perspective, Iran is winning. So the lesson of the war is that you need thousands of ballistic missiles and hundreds of thousands of drones. The Chinese have quietly been stockpiling, I'm sure, lots of drones and missiles too. And now we can clearly see the American vulnerabilities, the American military strategies, how they can be defeated. And the same lessons can be used to defeat the Americans in the Eastern theater, in Taiwan, in South Korea, in Japan, possibly, right? So the longer this war goes on, the better it is for China. I don't think it's a problem for China. Achyut says, big fan. I owe all my geopolitical knowledge to you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Java Bro says, did we have razors or barbers at the times of Sri Ram? I don't know. We don't even know what was the time of Sri Ram. We don't have a date. We don't have an approximate date. We have various proposed dates, but we don't know which one is correct. But I'm sure people would have shaved in some way. So I don't know for sure. We don't know for sure because we don't know in what time period this happened. So can't have a definite answer right now. Ad Astra says, Reliance setting up a refinery in Texas, worrying. Why is it worrying? It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't harm India's interests in any way. It does not, right? It's fine. Mary Kane says, nuclear. No computer can run all chess moves. No gazillions of supercomputers could run Chakraview aerial combinations. Question, would powering supercomputers with micro reactors versus small modular reactors make more sense? A supercomputer obviously is a large computer which needs a large amount of power, reliable power. Um, and you can connect a supercomputer to the grid in the city, and it will run just fine. But if you want a supercomputer to have its own dedicated power supply to ensure that there is no issue if the city's grid goes down for even momentarily, then it makes sense to connect a supercomputer to its own power source like a micro reactor or a small modular reactor. Um, it's definitely a good idea as a backup option. So you connect the supercomputer to the city's grid, but you keep a micro reactor, let's say, as a backup. So in case there's an issue, your circuit automatically and instantly switches to the micro reactor. Yes, that makes sense. Or you can even have it powered exclusively by the micro reactor. In which case, you would want to have another micro reactor as a backup, because you always want to have a backup when it comes to a critical computing. Um, so no computer can run all chess moves. Yeah, no computer can run all chess moves. No gazillions of supercomputers could run Chakraview aerial combinations. I suppose not, because the combinations are essentially endless. Yeah, so I would say it makes sense to power supercomputers with micro reactors. Yeah, depending on the context. Depending, yeah, whether it is a military supercomputer or a supercomputer used for weather modeling or whatever. If it's a supercomputer used for weather modeling, then in that case, it's not that critical. If it's a military supercomputer, yes, you need to have redundancies built into the power supply. Fast Snail says, is the US facing a similar situation as the Vietnam War? Not quite yet. Not yet. In the Vietnam War, the Americans put boots on the ground. They tried to invade Vietnam. They brought in lots and lots of soldiers. They drafted people against their wishes into the military. That caused lots of political problems in the US. So that's not the situation that you have right now. Right now, the Americans are trying to pound Iran into submission. It's not working. They are taking big damage. The Americans have not put a single boot on the ground. So right now, it's not a similar situation as the Vietnam War. No. But if this war drags on and Trump becomes desperate for a win, and if he has American soldiers put their boots on the ground and try and attempt an invasion, a ground invasion of Iran, then it starts becoming possibly potentially similar to the Vietnam War. Right now, it is not the case. But uh, what are the similarities? The similarities is that in Vietnam, the Americans failed to achieve their objectives. And in Iran, right now, they're failing to achieve their objectives right now. So that is this little bit of similarity. But overall, it's not similar. Godliness says, previously I mentioned how many of our ex-servicemen are egoistic and have no knowledge of strategic communication. Today, let me also proclaim, when it comes to war reporting, our media is disastrous. Okay, I'm not sure about our ex-servicemen. Okay, ex-servicemen and okay. When it comes to war reporting, our media is disastrous. Our media is terrible. Our media is absolutely terrible when it comes to war reporting. The biases are obvious, open, blatant. When it comes to Indian media, the Indian media's reporting of the Ukraine war, it's pathetic reporting, completely one-sided, just regurgitating Western talking points. A couple of media channels may have sent Indian reporters on the ground over there, but only on Ukrainian territory. If you want to have balanced coverage, send two reporters on Ukrainian territory and send two reporters on Russian territory. And let's have coverage from both sides. No, it's only going to be one-sided. So the Indian media is trash, very low quality media. And right now, when it comes to the reporting of the Iran war, the less said the better about the Indian media. Rebel Sports says, what do you think will be the impact of the war on East and Southeast Asia, excluding India? We're talking about Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Sri Lanka, etc. Well, for these nations, the main issue is going to be availability of energy, oil and gas, right? That's going to be impacted. See, most of these nations, they import their oil from the Hormuz region, right? From the Strait of Hormuz, and that's going to be impacted. That's the immediate impact of the war on these nations, and they will also have to purchase oil from Russia or the United States or whatever. So they're going to have to make arrangements, alternative arrangements. Apart from that, these nations are not involved in the war. They're not taking sides in the war. So I don't see any other impact of the war on these nations. Sri Lanka has been dragged into the war in a small way. Uh, they have given refuge to one Iranian warship in the port of Trincomalee, and we know another Iranian warship was destroyed by an American submarine very close to Sri Lankan territorial waters. So Sri Lanka has been impacted in that manner. Apart from that, nothing much. Joy Tiwari says, "Can war force India into true self-reliance?" It can, only if we have the right leadership who takes the hard decisions. Otherwise, no war will succeed in forcing you into self-reliance, right? So this war can be seen by India as an opportunity. Become completely self-reliant in terms of our defense equipment and so on. Build a defense industry urgently on a war footing, make everything indigenous. Start using Kaveri engines, whether they are good or bad, in some aircraft, and see how it performs. That's how the West started. It's after 1940s, after 1945, that's what the West did. The initial jet engines were terrible, but they started using them and kept improving them over time. India needs to do that. India needs to revamp its space program completely. India needs to become a massive producer of drones and missiles. So India needs to discover oil in its territory. I'm sure there's oil, tremendous amount of reserves of oil sitting around, but we have never bothered. Right now, the government of India is trying to explore, beginning the process of exploring. Right now, the government of India is beginning the process of exploring for oil in the Andaman region. My question is, why did this not start in 2014? Why was this process not started in 2014? Why is it being started right now? Was the government of India sleeping for a decade? Anyway, do it now. I'm sure there's a lot of oil there. Gas also. Discover it. So the war can can force India into true self-reliance only if India, the government, if the Indian leadership does the difficult things, the hard things, the painful things, and reforms the country. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Richest Pakistani. Richest Pakistani. Great name. Good evening. Your critical thinking insights have deeply shaped my mindset as an AI engineer. Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir. My recent internship at IIT Madras, AI for Bharat, reinforced my pride in contributing to India, and thank you for your impactful guidance. You are very welcome, sir. It's so nice to see your message, and I'm glad that you have recently interned at IIT Madras, AI for Bharat, and please continue. I'm glad that you feel pride in contributing to India, to Bharat, and please continue that, sir. Absolutely. Sir or ma'am, I think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So you are very welcome. I'm very pleased to hear this, and I wish you nothing but continuing success. All the best, sir. Do well, do very well. Fast Snail. Fast Snail says, does the US benefit from Hormuz blockade? More exports. Short term, it's going to be a disaster for the world. Long term, the US will benefit if the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded for a long time. And if nobody is able to receive oil coming through Hormuz, then the Americans can benefit, because then the Americans can start exporting their oil to other countries and other things as well. But if Iran selectively allows some nations to purchase to have oil pass through the Strait of Hormuz, then the US doesn't benefit. Then the US loses out, right? And if this leads eventually to the trade of oil in currencies that are non-US dollar currencies, that's again disastrous for the US. So a blockade of Hormuz can benefit the US long run only if it is a complete blockade. and no oil or no other stuff is flowing through Hormuz. But if things are flowing through Hormuz on Iranian terms to nations that Iran designates as friends, then the US doesn't benefit at all. It's a disaster for the US. Okay, there we have it. Jai Tiwari says India is sovereign enough to fight despite sanctions? Question mark. India can fight despite sanctions. I think India still has enough sovereignty to fight if required, despite sanctions. In case hypothetically sanctions are placed on India, I think that may actually be beneficial for India. If sanctions are put on India, there'll be short-term pain, but long-term India will become more Atmanirbhar and self-reliant, and maybe more sovereign. Yeah. R. Rarun Rajar says, are you sure nuclear won't stop Iran? Tsar was 60 years ago. There must be 10 times or 100 times more powerful than the US. No. There's a limit to the explosive power of a nuclear weapon. The Tsar Bomba was a massive, massive thing, 50 kilotons. They wanted a 100 kiloton explosion, but technological constraints forced them to limit it to 50 kilotons. The American nuclear weapons aren't massive gigaton nuclear weapons, right? They have the W something and so on, standard nuclear warheads. And it's not about vaporizing a country or something. It's nuclear weapons are not supposed to vaporize a country entirely. They're supposed to help you achieve strategic objectives. Most nuclear weapons are going to be tactical warheads. A certain number are going to be strategic warheads, maybe with an explosive output of several megatons, maybe 1 megaton, maybe 10 megatons. I don't think the Americans have any Tsar Bomba-like weapon right now. And even if they use it, what are they going to achieve? They're going to horrify the world, and the world will stop working with the US. So if the Americans want to defeat Iran, a 100 megaton weapon will not defeat Iran. It will make Iran even more resilient. And if you use 10 of those, that's going to be the war crime to end all war crimes. So you see, if the Americans want to defeat the Iranian regime, they're going to have to use tactical weapons, kiloton weapons, maybe 20 kilotons, Hiroshima, Nagasaki range, caliber weapons like maybe 20 kilotons, maybe 30, 50 kilotons, that sort of thing. But even if they use 20, 30 of these, it's not going to be able to defeat a nation of the size of Iran. So I am 100% sure even nuclear weapons won't stop Iran. Minimalist Maverick says, what reforms will US make at home to win wars the next time? What reforms will the US make at home? I don't know. They will have to figure it out. Their military doctrine is super deficient. See, I'll tell you why the US is losing this war or not winning this war. The US approach to war fighting is bulldozer. It's the bulldozer method. What they do is they carpet bomb nations. They have a brute force approach. And that brute force approach, they have tried it on Iran and it's failed. So when that doesn't work, they have no idea what to do next. Their military approach isn't nuanced and sophisticated. It's a brute force approach. That's what they used in Iraq. That's what they used in Libya. They simply flatten nations. But that's not working with Iran. So now that that's not working, they have no idea what to do next. So they don't have a plan B. Trump is still trying the brute force approach, right? Karg Island. That was a brute force approach that he tried. Where is it? Give me a second. Karg Island. Where is his tweet? Give me a second. I'll put the tweet out again. Where is that? Let me put this on the screen, shall I? So, the US is still trying to use the brute force approach. This is an example of that. See, Trump tweeted this today early morning, our India's time. Moments ago, at my direction, the US Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. He is still trying the brute force approach, even though it is failing. You see, this is visible evidence of the US having no plan B. They only know one way of fighting a war: brute force. When that doesn't work, they have no idea what to do after that. So they're gonna have to find, I don't know, rethink everything, I suppose. Anonymous scientist, good to see you. Bonsoir, monsieur. Iran is now saying that Ukraine will be attacked because it's helping Israel in the US. How can it affect the progress of this Iran US Israel war? Okay, I haven't seen this development, but I'm sure it's happening. So Iran says that Ukraine will be attacked because it's helping Israel in the US. I'm sure. See, Ukraine is an American vassal right now. Zelensky is completely dependent on the US and Europe and Israel, to maybe, because Israel is in the same. It's essentially the same as the US. So Zelensky will do whatever the Americans ask him to do. So I am sure. See, Ukraine has a lot of. In the last 3-4 years, they have gained a lot of experience in using drones, right? So they will share that experience and that know-how, maybe the technology, with the Americans and the Israelis. And I'm sure the Iranians are keeping an eye on this development. So if the Iranians attack Ukraine, is it even feasible? First of all, let's take a look at the map. Yeah, is it feasible for Iran to attack Israel? Give me a second. Let's put the map on the screen. So here is the map. Now, how far is Ukraine from Iran? Let's see how far is Ukraine from Tehran. How far is Odessa from Tehran? It's about 2,000 kilometers. It's well within the range of Iranian missiles. Yeah, it's well within the range of Iranian missiles, Ukraine. So if Iran is making this threat, I'm sure they have the capability to carry out this threat. So let's say this happens and Iran attacks Israel. What am I saying? Iran attacks Ukraine. How can this affect the progress of this war? Well, I'll tell you how it affects the progress of the war. It draws more countries into the war. It takes you one step closer to a World War III scenario, right? So if Iran is now fighting Ukraine as well, maybe they take out Zelensky. Maybe they take out Zelensky. The Americans took out Khamenei. Maybe the Iranians go after Zelensky. Who knows? So it could take the war in all kinds of unexpected directions. And that increases the possibility of this becoming World War III. Yeah. And it's going to be a setback for the US if the Iranians start targeting Ukraine now. Aurora says, big fan from the US. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to know, where is Netanyahu and where are presidents kept during war? Is it true he died? It's on X everywhere. So I don't know what's happened to Netanyahu. Give me a second. Yeah, that's a question about what has happened to this guy. Is he alive? Is he not? Let me put out this tweet again on screen. Last time I saw it was this. Give me a second. Let me share this. So yesterday, about 24 hours ago, the official Twitter account of the Prime Minister of Israel tweeted this: official statement from Prime Minister's office. Rumors circulating on social media about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's status are unconfirmed. So even the Prime Minister's office says it's unconfirmed, which means that they are not sure about what's happened. Secondly, they say that efforts are underway to establish contact, which is an admission that they have no contact with Netanyahu. So there are two unwitting admissions here. First, that Netanyahu's status is unconfirmed even by the government of Israel. And secondly, the government of Israel is trying to establish contact with Netanyahu, which means that they have no contact with him. This was 24 hours ago, slightly more than 24 hours ago. And then they deleted the tweet, which means they realized that they said too much. So I don't know if he's dead or not. But that tweet is it is very concerning if you are a citizen of Israel, or if you are in the West. If you are supporting Israel in the US, it's very concerning for you. So I don't know what is the situation with Benjamin Netanyahu. Let me try and see more. Is it trending? What is trending? Let's see. What's trending on Twitter right now about Mr. Netanyahu? Let's see. What is trending? Let's see what is the latest. Let's see what's the latest. Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu. This looks like this is possibly an AI image. It's possible this could be an AI image, so I can't say. Grok keeps saying that Netanyahu is alive based on what happened on March 12th. Well, hey, this is March 14th. So Grok is going to keep saying that Netanyahu is alive. But lots of people are saying he's dead. So looks like we don't know what the situation is. Right now, it's all speculation on Twitter. Okay. So I don't know where he is. I don't know what his status is, but yeah, looks like something may have happened to him, but I can't say for sure. Now, where are presidents kept during wartime? If there is the possibility of strikes where the president is, they are usually kept in very secure bunkers, typically underground, in secure locations. That's where a president is typically kept, because the president is the most valuable person in the government and the decision maker. And there's typically a chain of command. Let's say the president is taken out, then who takes over immediately? That is all well established. I mean, in any serious country, it's like that. All right. Surabi says, is US aiming for Ralph Peters' blood borders fracturing the Gulf while the Americas become the main oil suppliers? What would India gain or lose? Okay, let's see what is this Ralph Peters' blood borders. This was a speculative map put out a long time ago, where the entire region's maps borders are reconfigured. Okay, Ralph Peters' blood borders. So based on ethnic groups, he had put out this thing. So is the US aiming for this? Maybe they were aiming for it, but you can aim for the moon and the stars, but you should have the capability to make it happen. Excuse me. The US clearly is not going to be able to do this right now because they are not winning this war against Iran. What would India gain or lose? Well, it depends on whether it happens or not. If Pakistan is broken up, it will be good for India, right? So if this reconfiguration also reconfigures Pakistan's borders, and if Pakistan is also broken up, and if that contributes to the decline of terrorism coming out of Pakistan, that would be a substantial benefit that India would gain in that case. But if it does not stop the terrorism coming out of Pakistan, it's bad for India. If Iran gets balkanized hypothetically, then again, it could not be good, possibly be bad for India, depending on who comes to power in various parts of Iran and that sort of thing. So it is all speculation. It's all ifs and buts and hypotheticals. And which way it goes will determine whether India gains or lose. Black Panther says, if Iran falls, China only left out on American radar. Will the situation force them to settle the border dispute with India? If so, we have accept or not. Look, I'll tell you what. If Iran falls, China is not next for the Americans. If Iran falls, India is next. Okay? Because India is currently resisting American attempts to vassalize us. India is currently resisting America. America wants India as a vassal state. India is currently not a vassal state. India may have accepted certain onerous conditions for the trade deal or whatever. India may have given some concessions to the US, but India has not agreed to terms that will make us a vassal. So that has not happened. If Iran falls, the Americans will come after India next, not China. It's a step-by-step process. First Venezuela, then Iran, then India. Then they'll deal with China and Russia. Okay? If Iran falls, then China probably will want to end the border dispute with India. But Iran is not falling. And it doesn't mean that if Iran falls, it's good for India. No, it's actually going to be much worse for India if Iran falls. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what will happen if we mistakenly fire if we mistakenly fire 1,000 nuclear missiles into the US or China, we don't have 1,000 nuclear missiles. If we do it, we will start a world war. We will start a nuclear exchange which will destroy the world. If, let's say, India has 1,000 nuclear warheads and 1,000 missiles to carry them, and if we fire that into the US will fire 2,000 back at India. It will destroy India. If we fire that at China, it will destroy China. And China probably does not have 1,000 nuclear missiles. So, but the Chinese will fire back 400 or 500 missiles in India. So that is stupidity. That's madness. Nobody does that. Black Panther says, nowadays all India parties are busy with an announcement of cash reward manifesto for election. Okay, we don't know how to stop this nonsense giving free money. I don't know what the solution is. The solution is an end of this system, the current system. We should either have a presidential system or a full dictatorship. Now, a lot of you will say a dictatorship is horrible. So, okay, let's have a presidential system. In a presidential system, you don't have this sort of nonsense. So, the Indian system is the biggest problem that India has. This Westminster parliamentary democracy that we have, that's the biggest problem that India has right now, right? So if we transition to a presidential system, it will be great for us. It will be a good first step for us for solving many of the problems that we are saddled with. Fast Snail says, does history prove the US doesn't do well in long wars? How many long wars have the Americans fought? When did the Americans enter the Second World War? The First World War, the Americans were not in that. Pearl Harbor attack date. Okay, the Americans entered the war at the end of 1941. So they were in World War II, let's say from 1942 to 1945. So that's about 2.5 years, and by that time it was done, right? It was not very long from their perspective. How long did the Vietnam War last? Let's see. How long did the Vietnam War last? 19 years, etc. That was a disaster for the US. So if you take those two data points, World War II versus Vietnam War, clearly the longer war was a disaster for the US. And the Americans have fought all kinds of other wars also. But let's talk about the 20th century, not wars before that. So yeah, it looks like the Americans don't do well in long wars. Right now, the situation is thus far it's been a short war, but the Americans are already doing poorly in this one. So if you take the data point of the Vietnam War, yes, they did not do well in that war. Where did they fight other wars in the 20th century? And no major wars I can think of apart from the Vietnam War. Yeah. So, yeah, 20th century Vietnam War, it was a disaster for them. But I don't have a pattern that's recurring. So we'll see about it on. Godliness says US may leave, but Israel will keep on going. Then what? Then the war goes on. But if the Americans end the war from their perspective, Israel keeps fighting, then the Americans will have to keep resupplying Israel. And then it may keep on going for a while until it says, okay, now I need to do the Samsung thing. But even that will not defeat Iran. So, yeah. Gigadad says, playing the devil's advocate. Why not sacrifice sovereignty to the West in exchange for prosperity? In exchange for prosperity, like South Korea, Japan, they are surrounded by enemies like us, US. See, yeah, it's a very tempting thing, right? Sacrifice sovereignty. Our leaders are third-rate leaders. They are worthless leaders. Let us become American puppets. The Americans will decide who rules India, which leader seems to be in power. And then we get prosperity. But you see, Pakistan has sacrificed its sovereignty for decades. Did they become prosperous like South Korea or Japan? No. Pakistan is a low-quality population with a disastrously pathetic education system. So the Pakistanis, despite being sovereign, are a basket case. They are a failed state. But let's say India becomes prosperous, like South Korea or Japan. But look at the condition of South Korea and Japan. In South Korea, the native culture has been destroyed by the Americans. South Koreans are either atheists or Christians. Very little Buddhism left. Secondly, the South Koreans are being worked to death. They are not having babies anymore. What is South Korea's TFR? Let's see. South Korea TFR graph. Look at this. This is what the Americans have done to South Korea. 1965, the TFR starts dropping. In 1990 onwards, it rises a little bit and then starts dropping again. It's an absolute disaster. Let's see Japan TFR graph. Japan. Total fertility rate. Look at what's been done to Japan as well. Do we have Statista? So here also it's a disaster. It's 1.3 right now. So this is what ends up happening to you if you are a vassal. And Japan's economy was doing so good, and then the Americans destroyed it. So they will use you as long. See, not they. I'm not talking about the Americans. I'm talking about anybody. Any overlord will use you as long as you're useful, and then they will destroy you. That's what happens long term as a vassal. Short term, for a decade or two, for even 5 decades, you may have prosperity. But at some point in time, they will sacrifice you. So, not a good idea. Dhruv says, 21-year-old, no degree, run AI agency, US clients made $6,000 tips. First of all, congratulations. You have an AI agency. No degree, doesn't matter. Who cares? As long as you have the fire in you and the desire to do well. So you are running an AI agency. You have American clients. You've made $6,000. What's my tips? My tips, well, I'll say you clearly have done well. You have achieved a certain amount of success. My tip is that whatever gave you the success that you earned $6,000, I don't know what period of time you earned it in, but you clearly made money. Whatever worked for you, you need to systematize that, create systems out of that, so that you can keep that running and keep earning in that manner. And then you have to build upon that and improve upon that. So you need to document for yourself what is it that worked for you, which business processes have you created, or what's the workflow you've created that has worked for you. You need to turn that into a repeatable process. Okay. And if you're running an AI agency, obviously you should incorporate AI into all of this and maybe have AI run the processes as much as possible, get more clients and make more money. So good job, great. I'm glad to hear that you've succeeded in earning a certain amount of money, and keep earning more, right? And have a target for yourself. By the end of, let's say, this year, how much do you want to be earning per month? And then you need to reverse engineer how you're going to achieve that much. So that's what I would say. Create systems, create processes, automate as much as possible. Whatever has worked, improve upon that. Whatever lessons you've learned from whatever did not work well, make sure that you incorporate that wisdom into your processes and go for it. All the best. S. Morgan says, Iran allows our ships. Maybe it's linked to the guests at our ports. The US seemed very interested in them. Maybe someone important on them. Guests at our ports. So we have, what guests are you talking about? At our ports, multiple ports. We have one Iranian warship which is docked at Kochi, and there's more than 100 sailors, maybe close to 200 sailors who are housed by India in Indian naval headquarters. That's in one port. I don't know about multiple ports. So we have Iranian guests in one location. And they are not our hostages. We are not going to mistreat them in any way whatsoever. So it's not like we are saying to Iran that, we have your guys and that's why you need to behave. It's not like that. Um, do we have any other guests at our ports? I'm not aware about that. I'm not aware of that. The US seemed very interested in them. I don't know what you're referring to actually. Um, so yeah, why is Iran allowing Indian ships? Because Iran wants to have maintain good relations with India. Iran thinks it's going to win this war. It's going to survive, and long term, it wants to continue to have a good, positive, mutually beneficial relationship with India. And Iran knows that India has not taken any actions that harm Iranian interests, and that's why Iran is allowing our ships. That's how I see it. Pradeep Kumar Roy says US, Russia, China, India, Israel, Iran, Korea, Saudi, Pakistan, UK, Brazil, Australia. Compare all the above with DC, Marvel, superheroes, heroes or villains. I don't watch DC Marvel stuff. The last movie I watched was Multiverse of Misery. It was so boring. I was asleep for half the movie. I don't watch this stuff. I don't know which villains to compare them with. I'm so sorry. I don't know. What was Thanos? Thanos. I know one villain called Thanos. I know Thor. Who's Thor in this? I don't know. Who's Thanos in this? Perhaps the US is Thanos. Others, I have no idea. Oh, I have no idea. Let's see. Godliness says, hypothetically, can this war frustrate the whole world enough for the best eagle to repeat 1945 Japan and justify it? A quick solution for peace, liberty, and justice. I think Trump is close to being frustrated enough for him to consider that option, the nuclear option. The problem is, even if he uses nukes, it won't defeat Iran. And there won't be peace, liberty, justice, or any of the BS that they peddle. Yeah, I don't see that happening. I don't see that succeeding, even if they use nukes. Iran will keep fighting. See, Iran is a mountainous territory. Even a nuclear explosion in one place will the blast will be contained. And if there is nuclear fallout, which there will be, it will go across not just Iran but the other countries, including Israel. Because wind takes nuclear, radiation everywhere. Chernobyl taught us that. So even if they use nukes, it won't work. Iran will keep fighting and they won't be defeated. Black Panther says, what if Japan turned the table against the US now? If that is the case, why doesn't India turn the tables against Pakistan and China now? It doesn't work like that. How will Japan turn the tables? How? Not what if. How will they do it? They are under permanent occupation. They've got tens of thousands of American soldiers on the territory. How will they turn the tables? Not possible. Aurora says, what is the way for Iran to win? Can they succeed? The way for Iran to win is to survive. The way for Iran to win is to not be defeated. The way for Iran to win is to frustrate the Americans so badly that they consider sending ground troops, which will be suicidal. The way for Iran to win is to simply outlast the enemy. The Americans are running short of arms, ammunition, munitions, missiles, interceptors. They're running short of everything. Just keep the war going longer and longer. Weaponize time. That is the way for Iran to win, and that's what they're doing. And keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, and allow certain selected nations for their ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody else is blocked. Iran is doing exactly what it takes to win. Can they succeed? They are succeeding. Aman Tiwari says, do you think India should create its own proxies like Iran to tackle threats emerging from its enemy states? Sure. Absolutely. India should do it. The games that others play, India should also play those games. Jay Tiwari says, if the US struggles to protect its bases abroad, should India assert stronger strategic autonomy and push back against US pressure? Yes. Yes, we should. The US is on its way to losing its military presence in West Asia, and thereby its ability to project power in the region. If that happens, India should assert itself more strongly, because that gives India more leverage now. The US seeks to contain India, but they are being contained out of West Asia. That obviously is going to be beneficial for India, because the US is behaving like a hostile nation right now, the past few years. So yes, India should assert stronger strategic autonomy and push back against US pressure. Yes. Abhiman Gopinath says, is Iran dragging the war and Finnish enemy by targeting Bibi? The Iran is Iran wants this war to continue. They want to completely, fully, totally annihilate and end the American military presence in the region. That's what they want to do, and that's why even if they are offered a ceasefire right now, they will not agree. They will not accept the ceasefire. Targeting Bibi, we don't know about that. They are targeting Israel for sure. They are doing a pretty successful job of that right now. It looks like the status of Bibi Netanyahu, we don't know right now. We'll have to see. Aman Kumar Dhankar says, no US bases in West Asia may leave dent on petrodollar. It's going to be very bad for the petrodollar. If the Americans lose their ability to project power in that region, the petrodollar is over. It's over. Geo Warrior says, if the deep state exists, did it make a mistake in letting the US enter the war? Or do they have an ulterior motive here? What do you think? So the question is, what is the deep state? The deep state, it's the unelected establishment that rules the US. That's the deep state. But maybe there's a small number of people who control that. Who are those people? Now it doesn't look like it's very clear that Israel dragged the US into this war, right? And Trump was given apparently bad advice that they will win the war in 2 days or whatever. So if Israel dragged the US into the war, it means that the Israelis have that much control over the US. So maybe the deep state is Israeli, perhaps. Perhaps. So did it make a mistake in letting the US enter the war? No. They wanted the US to get involved in the war. That is the motive. So the ulterior motive seems to be to serve Israeli interests. That could be the ulterior motive. I think it's pretty open now. Black Panther says, will India to arm Afghanistan destroy Pakistani military infrastructure? India is not arming Afghanistan. The Pakistanis are claiming that India is involved in the war between Pakistan and Afghanistan, but India is not arming Afghanistan. India is investing in Afghanistan. We've been doing it for decades, and our investments are purely non-military in nature. We have invested. How have we invested? By building dams, by building libraries, by building the Parliament House, by investing in agricultural projects and so on. That's how India has invested. We have not weaponized Afghanistan in any way whatsoever. Abhay Singh says US deploying 2,500 Marines to Iran. Just optics. Let's find out. Is it true? US Marines, Iran. Let's see. US sending 2,500 Marines to Middle East. To the Middle East. More US Marines and warships being moved to Middle East. It's being deployed to the Middle East, not to Iran. Okay? It's not being, these Marines are not being deployed to Iran. They are being deployed to the Middle East. Is it just optics? I don't think it's optics. Maybe they plan to use those Marines for something. Is it optics? I think it's desperation. Alarm bells are going off right now in the US that we are losing this war. It is going very badly for us. The war is going very badly for the US, despite what Trump is claiming on Twitter and on Truth Social or whatever social. Yeah, so alarm bells are going off, and that's why they're deploying Marines and whatnot to West Asia. My movies says best leader in the history of India and the world. The two great leaders I can think of are Sri Ram and Sri Krishna. Aman Kumar Dhankar says, apart from economy and oil, what binds China retaliate hard? Apart from economy and oil, what binds China? What's the question? What binds China retaliate hard? I am not sure what you're asking. Let me think. So China, apart from economy and oil, what? No, I don't get the question. Sorry. Pratham Soni says, how to do pranayam? You said you will teach us. I can't teach you on a live stream. Maybe I'll have to make a video for that. Pranayam is very simple, right? There are millions of videos out there about pranayam, how to do pranayam. When it comes to the special pranayam, walking pranayam, well, that is special. I don't think there's any video about that. Maybe I'll make something. I can't teach you right now about that. Yeah, but yeah. Abhay Singh says a few army and defense experts from India have claimed that the B-52 bombing Iranian nuclear sites was a rehearsed hoax. The US and Iran were in on it. I don't know. Let them claim whatever. I have no idea. How do they know? How do they know? Is it just a theory, or has somebody told them this? If someone told them, were the Americans, were the Iranians, were they both? Do they have such deep contacts everywhere? These fantastic experts? I have no idea. So I'll not comment about that. Sangram says, is a strong adharmic India greater than a weak dharmic India? For me, a yes. So you saying a strong adharmic India and a weak dharmic India, which is better? I will say a strong dharmic India is better. A strong dharmic India is what we need. VSVS says, please ask sir to check Trump's latest Truth Social about nations sending warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, really? Let us see. Okay, let us try and do a Google. Yes, Google search. Give me a second. Okay. Let us see. Trump Truth Social. So this is his Truth Social thing. What did he say? I don't want to see a goddamn ads, Donald Trump. Okay. The kind of ads you have on this is, let's see. Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the US of America to keep the strait open and safe. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along, blah, 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 no matter how badly defeated they are. How much can you lie, my friend, Donald Trump? Hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the US will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. Okay, so that's the thing. It's just words. And what else? Okay, some more complaints about what he calls the fake news media. Okay, so interesting pronouncements by Trump on Truth Social. He says that Iran has been defeated. Iran has been totally decapitated. We're shooting at their boats. But because they have a couple of drones and a couple of mines, that's why the Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's why he wants all the nations to send their warships to open the Strait of Hormuz, so that this defeated country can't keep it open, can't keep it closed. His messaging is so incredibly contradictory. If Iran is so badly defeated like you claim, why do you need more countries to send warships there? Open the Strait of Hormuz if you're so powerful and Iran is so defeated. On the one hand, he's claiming, Trump, that Iran is completely defeated and decapitated. On the other hand, he's asking other nations to send warships to open the Strait of Hormuz, which obviously means that the US alone can't open the Strait of Hormuz. So he's making two very contradictory claims at the same time. One is a claim and one is an admission. The claim is that he has defeated Iran. Iran has lost. Iran is destroyed. Iran is decapitated. That's the claim he's making. But he's also admitting that the US military alone can't keep the Strait of Hormuz open, or can't open it. And he needs the support of other nations. My God, there is panic. Trump, I don't know if it's panic. It's super frustration. And if he's asking for The help of other nations, it's close to panic, I would say. Well. Yeah. Okay. Songoku says, you say Aryan are Indian, but they kill people. Same thing white did to native. Why you don't consider them American inspired? They made America superpower. What is your question, sir? You have a question here. You say Aryan are Indian, but they kill people. Which Aryans kill people? You seem to have this idea in your mind that white people are Aryans, right? Is that, I don't know what you're asking and what you. I have no idea what you're saying. Sorry. Next, with Rakshit, if India backs the US, won't we get betrayed again? Of course, we will. Of course. Rokthim QWERTY says, I generally watch your videos on Spotify at 1.5x, and your normal pace feels a bit slow. But thanks so much for all the knowledge you provide. You're very welcome. And please watch at whatever speed is best for you. A lot of people say that I speak at 1.5x speed anyway, but maybe you are a super fast. You have a super fast brain, perhaps. All right. Please watch it at whatever speed is best for you. And thank you so much for being a viewer. VSVS says, Sir Amisha ji asks about your domain expansion into history sessions again. From next weekend onwards, we will do one session on history and at least one session on Iran. Yes. So, yeah, I think we can't just keep having these sessions only about Iran. From next weekend onwards, we will have one history session. Okay. And the others can be about geopolitics. So, yes, your point is noted, Amisha ji, and that will resume now. Thank you. Top 7 YT says, I'm planning to go to Dubai to search for a job. Is now the best time to go given the circumstances? No. I would recommend to drop your plans for Dubai at this point in time. Hopefully the war gets over soon, which is unlikely. But if it does, then maybe you can reconsider that. But right now, Dubai is not the place to go. And right now, the job market in Dubai is going to be super depressed. There'll be very few jobs right now. So not a good idea. Not a good idea right now. Vishwesh Naik says, Namaskar Abhijit, sprechen Sie Deutsch? 2 questions. I don't really speak German. I understand a few words here and there. I can understand that you're asking me, do I speak German? But I don't speak German. I understand bits and pieces of various languages. I understand some German. I don't really speak German, but if I read German, I can understand some of it. Like maybe 15-20% of German I can understand. The same applies to many other languages. If there's a page in Spanish, I may understand 15-20% of it, or Italian. Yeah. Okay. Now, do we lack tinkering culture in India, and are we geopolitically too altruistic? Do we lack tinkering culture in India? We lack a problem-solving culture in India. In India, our education system is all theoretical, right? If you want to get a degree in engineering, you have to answer long essay questions and all the nonsense. If you want to get a degree in AI, you have to write what are the uses of AI and long answers. But if you want to really get skilled at these things, you have to tinker. And we lack the tinkering culture. You go to IITs and all, do you have tinkering happening there? No. A little bit maybe, but not as much as you need. So, yeah, we lack the tinkering culture in India. The education system is, put all the wrong ideas in people's heads. Are we geopolitically too altruistic? Yes, we are. We need to stop being so altruistic. It looks like we are very concerned about our image. We want to have this image that we help everybody in need. Why? It's okay to help those who are friendly to you, but don't help the enemy, right? Don't help the enemy. So I think we are geopolitically a little too altruistic. We are very concerned about our image. To hell with our image. Be a little more hard-nosed is what I would say. Okay. Shibam Chaturaj says, COD PS4 game has Odin space rod concept in 2013. What's COD PS4 game? I am not aware of PS4 games, so let me Google that. What is the COD PO4 PS4 game? Let us see what that is. Rods from God concept. Okay, that's interesting. COD PS4. What is COD? Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Okay, it has that concept in 2013. Okay, very interesting. Thank you for letting us know. Anabil Sarkar says, do you think India should get a huge reserve of ballistic missiles and kamikaze drones? Yes, absolutely. I think India should have a big stockpile of maybe 200, 300,000 drones and at least minimum 10, 20,000 ballistic missiles. And maybe a few, maybe 10, 20,000 more cruise missiles of various kinds. A country of India's size, it needs that sort of stockpile so that nobody dares to even imagine or dream fighting India. If we have 5,000 drones and 200 missiles, what's going to be? That's going to run out very soon, right? We need to have essentially a stockpile that seems inexhaustible. We need that. VSVS says, my female friend has a crush on you. She wanted a shout out on her name is Ria Gupta. It is not a good idea to have a crush on me because I am not available, but hello, Ria Gupta. All right. Find a good guy and that's all. All right. Okay. AS says, could the Gulf War cause the AI bubble to pop? No. No. AI is here to stay. AI is here to stay. Okay. AI prod magnet says, Iran threatening to attack US companies in the Gulf. Also, how is India managing BRICS, especially Iran, after Modi visiting Israel? Right now, BRICS doesn't seem to be at the forefront of our mind geopolitically. But as the Iran war goes on and the US is doing poorly and Iran is doing well, BRICS becomes more important. We'll see about that, about BRICS. Anyway, this year, India is the president of BRICS, right? This year. It's a rotating presidency. So yeah, I think India has learned a few lessons in the last 2 weeks. I mean, the leadership of India seems to have learned a few lessons. And a lot of recalibration has happened in the past 2 weeks. Iran is threatening to attack US companies in the Gulf. Yeah, as this situation escalates, they will attack everything. They will attack all US assets in the region. They will do it. Why not? They have the capacity to do that. So they'll do it. They'll do it if required. Gotham says, are Israeli troops better trained for ground invasions than US troops? I have no idea. There'll be several YouTubers who have all the internal insights, all the insights about these things. They will have sources who have told them everything. I have no sources in Israel. I don't know how well-trained Israeli troops are. There is this mystique about Israel and this great aura that Israel has. That Israel's troops are the best, Israel's Mossad is the best, and so on. Well, clearly, it may not be the case, right? If the Israelis started this war and dragged the Americans into it, thinking that this war would get over in a few days, clearly their intelligence isn't good enough. So I don't know if Israeli troops are better trained than US troops for ground invasions. I don't know. VSVS says, Pawan Gaonkar, so do you think if India were to develop all the new technologies, if there were enough invasion of India, would it be more human-centric, like technologies would not be used against humans? Yeah. India loves talking about human-centric AI, human-centric this, altruistic AI, all that nonsense. Understand technologies are tools, and if you and tools will be used for the worst things, and you have to be prepared for it. Now, if India were to develop all the new technologies, if there were enough invasion of India, I don't want any invasion of India. I want India to develop technologies without any invasion of India. Right? And if India were to develop technologies, will they be more human-centric? Is India's government human-centric? Is India's bureaucracy human-centric? Are India's institutions human-centric? The answer is not a very big yes, right? Answer is kind of not very much. So do you think The technologies we will develop will be also human centric? I don't think so. No. IPK1S says, about time we get AC and AIM podcast. It's been too long. Well, thank you for the recommendation. Okay. Fast Snail says, fun thing, we have seen cluster errors in the Mahabharat war. Looks like our ancestors thought of a lot of things way before the time for those things came. Maybe they were used in the Mahabharat war. That's possible, yeah. But look, today we have cluster warheads in ballistic missiles. Who would have imagined? Pratham Soni says, how do you see the US as superpower now and before the war? They still are a superpower. They still are the most powerful military in the world. But after this war ends, their hard power score is going to decrease. Their hard power score is already decreased right now. It was 94 the way I had calculated. It may be less than 90 now. So the power is declining visibly. VSV says, did you cut off ties with Abhijit our Mitra? Why would I cut off ties with him? Why? No, of course not. I am on excellent terms with him. We meet on and off here and there, wherever. Always by accident. Why would I cut off ties with him? What kind of speculation is that? Of course not. Of course not. Shahryar Cool says, today JD Vance told he was against the Iran. He said he was against the Iran war. Trump का पोपट बन गया सर. आज ही नॉर्थ कोरिया ने जापान सी में बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल्स मारी और China is ready to take Taiwan. Is this the end of the US harmony? Okay, I'm not aware of what JD Vance said. Did he say that? Let's find out. पोपट हो गया. JD Vance, Iran. Vance was a skeptical voice in the White House on Iran strikes. Vance's distance from the Iran war is getting more conspicuous. I don't want no prison. Vice President JD Vance questioned Iran strike before Trump ordered military action. Is JD Vance rooting for the Iran war to fail? Well. JD Vance is trying to throw Trump under the bus now, it looks like. This is politics. It's cutthroat. So JD Vance is now saying he was against this war. He was skeptical. I was not in favor of that. So he is trying to push the blame on Trump. And Trump is trying to push the blame on Marco Rubio and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Everyone's trying to point fingers at somebody right now. Interesting, very interesting. North Korea looks like they did some ballistic missile tests over that region. And China is waiting and watching. Okay, the longer this war goes on, the better it is for China, because the US weapons stockpiles continue to go down with every passing day of the war. So is this the end of the US hegemony? Not quite yet, but yeah, the decline is visible now. The decline has begun. Yeah, the longer this war goes on, the weaker the US dollar will become. A lot of problems. This is the beginning of the actual visible decline of the US empire. Yes. Abhirup Sarkar says, why isn't the US using Ukraine's drone interceptors? Maybe Ukraine drone interceptors. Ukraine doesn't have drone interceptors. It has developed ways and means of maybe intercepting or targeting drones. But I'm not sure if that can be transposed immediately to the West Asia war theater. It's not like it's some technologies that Ukraine has developed. When it comes to countering drones, they use various methods like putting nets and things like that, right? So let's say we know that drones have, in the initial phases of the Ukraine war, targeted tanks and all that. So then what the solution was to put up big nets on poles on top of tanks, and put up wires and grids and things, so that the drone would detonate a few feet above the tank, and that will take away most of the damage, that sort of thing. So Ukraine doesn't have drone interceptors. It has all these ways and means of doing things, of offsetting the damage that drones can make. And yeah, so it's not that easy. Otherwise, the US will do it, right? Aries Manticore, good to see you. We have somehow done the impossible. DRDO has managed to create indigenous crystal metallurgy that can be used in fifth generation jet engines. Baby step for our programs, at least for now. Hopefully, thoughts. Well, it's great. It's fantastic. Let's see. DRDO crystal metallurgy. Okay, so DRDO has developed indigenous single crystal nickel based super alloy blade technology for aero engines. That is outstanding. I mean, what else is left? What else is left? This is outstanding news. This is outstanding news. And we also, the Kaveri engines afterburner has also worked fine. I think we are almost there. Instead of purchasing, I mean, we should still go ahead with the partnership with Safran to develop an indigenous Indo-French jet engine, but we should certainly integrate the single crystal technology into the Kaveri engine and the afterburner thing that's already happened, and maybe test the Kaveri engine properly and see how long it lasts and all between overhauls, and start inducting that also into fighter planes. So I think it's outstanding. It's outstanding. Despite all the problems that you have in DRDO and all, they're still able to do this. So it tells you the potential that we have in India. And I think we should take this forward, definitely. So I think it's very promising. I'm very glad to hear this. It's a ray of sunshine. It's a ray of hope among all the doom and gloom in the world right now. So it's great news overall. And thank you for bringing this to my notice, Aris Manticore. Good to see you. AS says, if India finds huge oil reserves in the Bay of Bengal, would the US come for freedom and democracy? If they do, what would happen? The US will try and create problems for India if oil reserves are discovered. So what India needs to do is India needs to massively strengthen its navy, because there will be big oil reserves sitting there. That region is known to be rich in oil and gas. So what India needs to do is to militarize the area, to militarize the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and to massively augment its navy. We need to have 50 more naval ships. We need to have 50 submarines at least. And we need to have tremendous numbers of missiles, cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles, drones, and everything else. If you have very, very valuable resources, you need to have the means to defend those resources. That's what India needs to do. Then it will be fine. Then the Americans will have to stay out. Otherwise, soon you will have freedom and democracy coming for you. Aries Manticore's Project Sundial was the estimated response from US to Russia regarding Tsar Bomba, but it was so horrifying that the US military stopped building it. 10,000 megatons. They may build it again, mad or mutually assured destruction doctrine. Let's see. Project Sundial. What is that? Project Sundial. Okay, let's see what Wikipedia has to say about this. Sundial was the code name of one of two massive nuclear bombs planned for testing by University of California Radiation Laboratory Livermore branch as part of the classified American weapons project in the early 1950s. It was intended to have a yield of 10 gigatons of TNT. And its counterpart, Gnomon, was intended to have a yield of 1 gigaton. If built and detonated, Sundial would have created a fireball of up to 50 kilometers in diameter, instantly igniting everything within 400 kilometers and causing a magnitude 9 earthquake. That's madness, absolute madness. It was thought the explosion would lead to an apocalyptic nuclear winter and so on and so forth. Background, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Isidore Isaac Robai, the physicist, he dismissed the idea as an advertising stunt. If detonated at an altitude of 28 miles, it would ignite fires across an area the size of metropolitan France, and so on and so forth. Okay, well. 1 gigaton, that's 1,000 megatons. And if you have 10 gigatons, that's 10,000 megatons. You're absolutely right, 10,000 megatons. That's 10 gigatons. Well, that's madness. That is absolute madness. Clearly, absolute madness. That is a disastrous weapon if you build it. I'm sure you can make it if you have sufficient highly enriched uranium or plutonium, but it's madness. They may build it again, but that will destroy half the world. Magnitude 9 earthquake. That's like the Andaman earthquake that you had in 2000 and whatever 4, I think, or the Fukushima earthquake, Sendai earthquake. That's disastrous, and it will most likely cause a nuclear winter for the whole world, right? Why do that? I think it won't be done, but crazy they even thought about that. Ares Manticore says, keep going, we will protect our sovereignty. Yes, indeed, we will protect our sovereignty no matter what happens. Thank you for the message of support. Thank you. Briguvanshi says, why Iran always supports Pakistan on Kashmir issue? Has Iran ever given money to Pakistan? Has Iran ever given arms, ammunition, or training to Pakistan? Has Iran ever helped Pakistan's terrorist activities? Has Iran ever helped Pakistan in any material way? No, 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 no. All the answers to all these questions are no. Iran has verbally expressed support for something or the other. Who cares? Narendra Modi verbally expressed support for the Israelis and the Americans. Okay, done. Doesn't matter. Iran has never supported Pakistan in any way whatsoever materially. That's all that matters. Fast Snail says, Israel going after Lebanon, good idea at this time. Well, if they can manage it, go after it. But let's see. If they think they can finally defeat Hezbollah, go for it. Try it out. I don't know. I think Hezbollah also may have a few surprises up their sleeves, perhaps. So I don't know. I don't know what the situation on the ground is. How well equipped is Hezbollah? Do they have tens of thousands of rockets, possibly? If that's the case, it will be a disaster for Israel. So I don't know. I don't know what Hezbollah's capabilities are, what their secret capabilities are, what they've kept in reserve. Right? So since I don't know, I can't say. But Israel seems to be of the opinion that it's time to go after Hezbollah as well while they are fighting Iran. So maybe they have calculated that it's advantageous for them to do it. So let's see how it goes. Rohan Bidi says, Russia did not run low on ammunition in spite of Ukraine war dragging for years. US running low on ammunition and that enabling Chinese takeover of Taiwan seems unrealistic. ? Russia did not run low on ammunition despite the Ukraine war dragging for years. Why is that? Because the Russians have ramped up their military industrial complex. They have these massive factories that are churning out arms, ammunition, missiles, drones, whatever. And Russia has inexhaustible resources, raw materials to build all these finished products. Okay, so Russia has ramped up its factories and its military industrial complex. That's why the Russians are not going to run out of anything. The American model has been to outsource everything, to outsource all the factory work to other countries. And their factories are not capable of churning out ammunition and munitions and weapon systems and missiles in large numbers. So if this war drags on, the Americans may be forced to ramp up their factories and stuff. But in America, everything costs a lot of money. In Russia, you can manufacture a lot of things for cheap, for less money. In the US, everything costs a lot of money. And if the US dollar starts declining, then it's going to become even more expensive. If the Iranians succeed in what they're doing, if they keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, if they force the Gulf nations to stop trading oil for US dollars, it's going to be a big problem for the US. It's going to start compounding. Then the US dollar becomes less valuable, and then it's even more expensive to produce arms, ammunition, weapons, missiles, and so on. So this becomes a perpetuating cycle. So now, what seems unrealistic? What seems unrealistic? US running low on ammo. No, it seems realistic. It seems realistic. And the longer this lasts, the more likely it becomes eventually for the Chinese to perhaps consider Taiwan. We'll see. Amisha, good evening, ma'am. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks, sir. You're the best. Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope the history sessions resume soon. Eagerly waiting. You're the only one telling us truth. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Next weekend onwards, we will have history sessions once again. I will anyway continue these geopolitics sessions, the Iran war sessions, because the war is going on. It doesn't seem to show any signs of ending soon. But I will resume the history sessions from next weekend onwards. All right. Good to see you, ma'am. Thank you. Mohit Raj Singh says, Good morning from NFCA, sir. YouTube is not allowing asking question about this war. You are in Canada. NF in Canada. What is NF in Canada? Oh, Newfoundland. Really? You're in Newfoundland. Nice, nice. Newfoundland. It's not Newfoundland, it's Newfoundland. You'll know that only if you are in Newfoundland or if you are in Canada. For most other people, it's Newfoundland and Labrador. So it's Newfoundland. Well, I'm glad to have you from Newfoundland. And good morning to you. And I'm sorry that YouTube is not allowing you to ask a question about this war. That's how it goes sometimes. Anyway, thank you so much. And I'm glad to see you. The Mandian says, any thoughts on Gandiva AI and NatGrid rep that which triggered SIR? Home Minister has vowed deportation. What are the odds and timing significance of Indian military base near Siliguri? I am not aware of what the Gandiva AI and NatGrid is. I'm not aware of this. I keep my eyes on international relations, geopolitics. I don't look into what's happening in India. I'm usually aware of the contours of what's happening, but I'm not aware of the Gandiva AI. Let's see what it is. Gandiva AI, what is that? Cutting edge AI driven analytics tool integrated into India's national intelligence grid, NatGrid. Okay. To strengthen national security, it links over 20 critical databases, including financial, telecom, and travel data, to provide real-time 360-degree profiling of suspects, enabling faster identification and pattern recognition. Gandiva excels at facial recognition, entity resolution, connecting disparate data points, linking bank statements with travel records in LinkedIn, whatever, PAN cards, other GST, immigration, telecom records to monitor suspicious transactions and movements, etc., etc., etc. Well, I'm glad that we have this sort of thing. I hope it's an Indian AI. I hope it's not based on some foreign AI system. I hope it's entirely indigenous and sovereign AI. And yeah, looks like it's a great tool to have for the government of India, which will be great for India's national security. It will be great for identifying the foreign infiltrators who are squatting in India. And then it becomes a policy decision that now that we know who these foreigners are, shall we deport them or not? So the Home Minister has vowed deportation. Well, I'm glad that he's vowed deportation. Now deport them. I'm glad to hear this. A vow. Now let's see the action. Yeah, I'll be the happiest person if these illegals are deported at the earliest. Yeah, so I hope it happens. Significance of Indian military base near Siliguri should have it, obviously. It's significant from the perspective of safeguarding India's sovereignty and the security of the region, because Siliguri is this narrow patch of land that connects India, the two big chunks of India. One is the far east of India, the other is what is called the so-called mainland of India. And Siliguri connects the two. So it's important that we have, a strong military presence in the region. That's the significance. Curiosity says, was the India, Middle East, Europe corridor a joke? Well, it was a good idea. It was a serious idea. But the moment it was announced, you had the October something attack on Israel by Hamas, the horrible terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel, which led to the Gaza war. And when Gaza started simmering down, now we have the war, this larger war in the region. And as long as the region is destabilized, you can't have the IMEC, because the India, Middle East, Europe trade corridor was supposed to start from Mumbai and Western India, then go into the Arabian Peninsula via ports in Oman, etc. And then you'll have rail lines going through the Arabian Desert, Saudi Arabian Desert. Then it will go into Israel through Haifa, from Haifa into Cyprus, and then Greece. But when the whole West Asia region is destabilized, there's warfare happening there. You can't have any infrastructure building over there. You can't have any trade corridor. So now, right now, it's kind of a non-starter. And yeah, there's problem after problem that's plaguing this project. So that is the status right now. It's kind of become a sad joke. Hopefully, if things are better, we will make this happen. VSVS says, Ayush Singh says the Iranian ship which was sunk by an American submarine was offered shelter in India, but they chose to be Vasco da Gama. Why? I have no idea. Was it offered shelter in India? It was in India, right? It was in, I think, Vishakhapatnam or something, for a multinational naval exercise. And then they left, and they were sunk south of Sri Lanka by the American submarine. So did India offer it shelter, but they refused it? I'm not sure. And if they did, if it's indeed the case that India offered shelter but they chose to leave, then I have no idea why they would have made that choice. I have no idea. But I'm glad that the other two Iranian ships are safe. One is in Trincomalee, the other one is in Kochi, I believe. So I'm glad those two are safe. Golibar says 5 of the Navik satellites are completely defunct, with all 3 atomic clocks in each satellite not working. Terrible. GPS will be denied in wartime. Happened in 1999 Kargil. Absolutely, it's a disaster. And this is, I would say, there's no excuse that the government of India can give to make this palatable. This is a horrible failure by the government of India. It's not like these satellites failed suddenly. It was known that these clocks were failing. The atomic clocks are extremely precise clocks. Okay? And they are needed. Why are they needed? Shall I give you a physics lesson here about general relativity? Anyway, I'll not give you a physics lesson here some other time to explain why these atomic clocks are so important. But without these atomic clocks, and without factoring in the effects of special and general relativity, you will not have accurate positioning given by these satellites. So these atomic clocks were failing. This was well known. They're failing one by one. So why did the government of India not plan to put up more satellites in time? Now today we are left without satellite navigation, indigenous satellite navigation. If there's a war tomorrow with Pakistan, the Americans will deny GPS to the Indian military. And we won't have Navik now. This is a horrible failure by the government of India. Unacceptable. I just don't know. I have no words to express my indignation and my outrage. This is not how you safeguard the Indian national interest. This is harming the Indian national interest. This laxity by the government of India. Horrible. ePublic of India says, US commander says the war could trigger Armageddon, while Netanyahu says the Messiah may come soon. Do you think this conflict is becoming more of a religious war than a political one? It looks like there are religious reasons for this. So Trump was praying to his God with a bunch of Christian pastors or Christian church people, Christian godmen and women putting their hands on his shoulders and holding each other and all that. That was weird. And American commanders at various levels of the military have been saying that this is all about Armageddon or whatever. I don't know. End of the world? That's what Armageddon means? Why do you want that? And Netanyahu is saying some Messiah will come soon. Which Messiah? Do the Jews have a Messiah? I'm not aware. I don't understand these religions, so I'm no expert in this. But clearly, it looks like there are religious reasons, possibly, which may underlie everything that's happening here. Maybe it's a crusade, or maybe it's something else. I don't know. Looks like there are other reasons beyond political, geopolitical, strategic, and military objectives. Maybe there are some religious objectives these people have. I don't know what these are. So, yeah. V for Valor says, how is our sovereignty status? Right now, I am giving in India full sovereign rating. We'll see after the war. Right now, I'll still give India a full sovereign rating. Obviously, technologically, we are not a sovereign nation. That's very clear. But the other aspects I will examine in detail after the war is over. Right now, I will give it. I will. I will list India as one of the 6 sovereign nations right now. Shivam Kapoor says, I think Iran stay long good for us. What do you say, sir? Yeah, yeah. I would like Iran to remain sovereign. That will be good for us. Iran becoming a US vassal will be bad for India. I want Iran to remain sovereign, and Iran is doing a great job of defending its territorial integrity and its geopolitical sovereignty. So that is good for us. I agree with you. Anonymous says, City of London versus Washington ki kya beef hai, sir? I don't know about that. City of London is some kind of theory that some people have. I have not studied that, so I can't say. Can't say. I don't know. Sorry. Aditya Chandra says, please enlighten us on the Great Israel Project and Pax Judaica and its relevance in the war. And if Netanyahu is no more, how will it impact these Jewish dreams? So Pax Judaica and Greater Israel Project are these theories that some people have put out, that Israel seeks to be an expansionist nation and to seek and to gain territorial control over a large portion of West Asia. I think that's what the Greater Israel Project seems to be. I don't think Israel has ever officially stated that it has these ambitions. But of course, there are some things you don't state, right, officially. But it's speculation. Okay, there is no it's not an official thing. So maybe it's there, maybe it's not there. Maybe the Israelis, maybe they harbor such hopes, but I am not aware of that. Pax Judaica, I think it's the title of some video by Professor Jiang or something, right? I have not seen it. So I don't know. I don't know what that could be. I don't know what that could be. Does it mean that the Jews will rule the world? Is that what it's supposed to be? I don't know. And what's the relevance of all this in the war? Once again, if these things are true or not, if it's not clear, then I don't know what the relevance of that in the war is. So these are speculative theories that may be true, but may also not be true. And I generally don't speak about speculation. I don't speculate about things, so I'll stay out of it. If Netanyahu is no more, how will it impact these Jewish dreams? Well, if hypothetically Netanyahu is no more, Israel will elect a new leader or appoint a new leader, the right person based on merit, and then the war continues. That's how it will go. And obviously, it will be a setback to Israel because he is their longest serving prime minister, as far as I know. Is he Israel's longest serving prime minister? Let's find out. Israel longest serving prime minister. Yeah, correct. So he's their most experienced leader, etc. And it will be a setback for Israel, but I'm sure that they'll continue no matter what happens. Aurora says, here in the US, they had a Congress meeting to send 5,000 Marines as 6 Americans and an oil tanker were taken down by Iran. But Iran let an Indian oil tanker go safely. Is Iran being friendly with India? Iran knows that India is under a lot of pressure from the US. Iran knows that India faces significant constraints, but Iran also knows that India has taken no steps that will hurt Iran or harm Iran's interests. Yes, India's prime minister did not offer condolences on the assassination of Mr. Khamenei. Yes, India's prime minister tweeted condemnation of the violation of sovereignty of the GCC nations and so on. So indirect criticism of Iran. But India has taken no actual steps that will harm Iran. India has not participated in the American and Israeli war effort against Iran. India has given shelter to one Iranian ship in an Indian port so that the Americans can't destroy it. So India has actually taken actions that are, you could say, that the Americans could claim are pro-Iran. And overall, it will be beneficial for India if Iran survives. And India and Iran have, despite all the American pressure, have maintained a good relationship over the past decades. And Iran seeks to survive this war. And if Iran succeeds in that, it will be beneficial for Iran to continue to have good relations with India. So, because of all these factors, the relationship still continues. And Iran is friendly with India. And Iran is allowing Indian tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is not targeting those. And things are going badly for the US. That's why they're sending 5,000 Marines. Things are going really poorly for the US. Right? So, yeah. Minimalist Maverick says Trump said Ukraine war would not have started if he were the president. What about Iran war? Also, if Iran wins by peace agreement, how will it shape the world order, UN, etc.? The UN is irrelevant. Okay, Trump said that the Ukraine war would not have started if he were the president. Yeah, Trump is a boastful, egotistical person. He said that the Ukraine war would not have happened if he were president. Well, now he has this Iran war on his hands that he started. Or maybe he was dragged into it by Israel, but whatever, he started it. So yeah, there we have it. Yeah, if Iran wins by peace agreement, Iran is not going to win by a peace agreement. Iran is going to win by force. It will shape the world order. It will reshape the world order. It will completely alter the balance of power in West Asia. Maybe the Syrian government falls soon. The Syrian government is headed by an ISIS terrorist who is a US protege. Maybe if the Iranians eject the US from West Asia, maybe the Syrian government falls. Who knows? That's also a possibility long term. It will completely reshape the balance of power in the region. It will be a huge blow to the American capacity to project power in the region. It will be possibly a huge blow to the US dollar. So it's going to completely reshape the world order. The UN is not relevant. Giora TV, good to see you, sir or ma'am. To restore its lost reputation, the US may use tactical nukes on Iran, possibly after a false flag strike on US soil. Possible. These possibilities are there, yes. If that happens, what would the global consequences be? Will others jump in? There is a possibility, increasing possibility as the days go by, that Trump will be tempted to use tactical nuclear weapons on Iran. Okay, he may be tempted to do that. The thing is, even if he uses tactical nuclear warheads on Iran, Iran will keep fighting. It will not defeat Iran. That's the problem for him. He may know it, but he may not know it. I don't know. But Iran will keep fighting. It will not defeat Iran. What will be the global consequences if Trump uses nukes? The global consequences is that other nations, China, Russia, will very strongly condemn this. And secondly, other nations may test nukes after that. Other nations may do nuclear tests. And more nations will be tempted to develop nuclear weapons, those who have the capability. So, yeah, it's going to have significant consequences of these kinds. Jai Acharya says, who will control the world's critical supply chains in the next 30 years? I think supply chains will be fragmented the way things are going. I think there could be two parallel blocks. One will be the declining Western bloc. If the Americans lose this war, the Western bloc will be declining. And the other will be the Russian, Chinese, Iranian bloc. India may be possibly part of it. Yeah. Maybe India will be part of both blocks, but I think India will have to make a choice at some point in time. If the US doesn't win this war, India's position will be stronger. It may be on the BRICS camp or something. So it remains to be seen. I think the world supply chains will be bifurcated. There will be two parallel systems. And whoever controls the oil is going to be in a stronger position. And if Iran doesn't lose this war, if they succeed, then the Eastern Bloc will have control of a majority of the world's oil. So, yeah. Cold Fire says, is it likely that Trump will lose the midterms? Very, very, very likely. Very likely. VSVS says, what's your opinion on the youth of this country dedicating their life to Galgotia University? The youth of the country dedicating their life to Galgotia University. I am not aware of this development. When did the youth decide this? I have not seen any youth dedicating his or her life to this university, but I am not aware of this development. Is it supposed to be a joke question? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not aware of this development. Sorry. Which is this university, Galgotia? Is it the one with the fake Chinese robot? Okay. Sin Parveen says, did the US or Israel use some kind of tactical nuke on Iran's Com region? Saw some videos in Twitter a few days ago claiming it was some kind of nuke. I don't know if it was a nuke or not. I mean, if you see that explosion, give me a second. Let me try and dig it out. Where do we have it? Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the tweet. I am not a big fan of this account, so I'm just putting it out here because the tweet is there. So let me mute that and play it. Mute that. So the video starts. Come on. The video starts when the explosion is already mature. Okay. See, if the video starts at the moment of the explosion, then it's easier to determine whether it's a nuke or not because there's a double flash. This characteristic signature of a nuclear explosion is a double flash. But here, already exploded. It starts. If you calculate the mushroom cloud is nearly 2 kilometers high. And we have these characteristic tendrils over here that are characteristic of nuclear detonations. So this is a very suspicious thing over here. And even the mother of all bombs, the Moab that the Americans have, it does not produce a mushroom cloud like this. This looks very suspiciously like a tactical nuclear explosion. And it may look small or it may not be able to see how big it is. But we know where this explosion happened. We know the size of that hill that you see in this image. And that hill is about 300 meters high. If the hill is 300 meters high, it means that this mushroom cloud is about 2 kilometers high at this point in time. 2 kilometers, or the regular weapon doesn't produce a mushroom cloud of that height. Even the mother of all bombs the Americans have, the largest non-nuclear weapon, it doesn't produce a mushroom cloud with those characteristics. So it looks very suspiciously like a tactical nuclear explosion. But the Iranian government has said nothing about it. If it was really a nuke, they would have complained about it, right? The Iranian government. So I don't know. It's very suspicious. I can't say for sure that it is a nuke, but I can't say for sure it's not a nuke. That's the point. Aries Manticore says, on an honest note, while we are pragmatic, we are still behaving in the same optics, liberal, woke mindset, which with the talks like about human-centric tech. We need someone to tell them to recalibrate their approach. The government of India, when it comes to AI, talks about human-centric AI, blah, blah, blah. We need to have a hard-nosed approach to AI. AI is a tool. It's a weapon. Everybody is weaponing AI, but everybody is weaponizing AI. See, the US military is using AI systems to choose targets and kill targets. That's how they ended up killing those 200 schoolgirls or 180 schoolgirls, because they allowed AI to choose the target. AI is being used in war. In India, we talk about human-centric AI and equitable AI and blah, blah, blah. The whole world is weaponizing it, and we are talking about non-violent Gandhian use of AI. I am okay. AI should be used equitably with a non-violent approach and human approach and all. But when the whole world is using it for warfare, you also must develop your capability to use AI for warfare. And when you apply it to the civilian domain, use it for human-centric approach or whatever. But India is only about human-centric approach. Stupidity. Aman Kumar Rankar says, seems missiles and drones can dwarf naval ships. They can destroy naval ships. Missiles and drones can take out entire aircraft carriers, which is why the American aircraft carriers are far away from the war. They're sitting far away from the range. They're still probably within range of Iranian ballistic missiles, but they're trying to keep as far away as possible. Aurora says, I read that the Indian continent was part of Africa and Americas a few million years ago. When do you think we emerged? Did we have some kind of species that originated from India? So we have something called tectonic drift on the planet. Okay, see, if you look at let's Google this, a cross section of the Earth. So we have magma and other stuff inside the Earth. The inside of the Earth is molten, and there's a solid core. Cross sectional diagram of the Earth. Internal structure of the Earth. So as you can see, the solid surface that we are aware of, that's just the crust of the Earth. It's a very thin layer. Inside you have a lower crust. Then come on, man, this is not a good one. So you have a mantle, then you have the magma layer. Okay, the lithosphere is solid. Then you have magma layer, which is lava, and then at the center you have the core, which is solid. So because the surface of the Earth is the solid crust which is floating on liquid magma, that's why the surface of the Earth, it keeps shifting and drifting over time, which is called tectonic activity. And you have these tectonic plates that drift around, that collide, which causes earthquakes, and which slide on top of each other and come down and so on. So because of this, about 50 billion years ago, India, which was originally attached to Africa, it broke off from Africa. Not 50 million years ago. It happened maybe 70 million years ago. And about 66 million years ago, India was an island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It was on top of the Réunion hotspot. 66 million years ago. That's why we had tremendous volcanism in India, the Deccan Traps. And India started colliding with the Eurasian continent about 30 or so million years ago. So it was a very slow process, obviously millions of years. And that's why the Himalayas were formed. And that's why you have fish fossils thousands of meters up in the Himalayas. So India was part of Africa. Now you can still see the shapes, if you go to the map. Okay, if you see the shape of India and Madagascar, etc., you will see that they all fit together. So see the shape of India, see the shape of Madagascar. It's like a jigsaw puzzle piece which can fit over here, right? And Madagascar also was attached to Africa. You can still see the shapes, right? So yeah. And if we look at terrain, if you look at the bottom of the ocean, okay, you will see the ridge lines, etc., which you can see. Some of it was caused by India moving all the way out. So yeah, that is indeed the case. India was attached to Africa long ago, and because of tectonic drift, India moved away and slammed into Eurasia, which is what pushed up the Himalayas, which are still growing. The collision is still happening. So that's what happened. You had dinosaur species in India, which originally may have been native to Africa. And then the dinosaurs, the non-avian dinosaurs died out. The avian dinosaurs are still around. I saw some just now. I saw some avian dinosaurs just a few hours ago. Hyphen says, I think most people don't know, but UK is already involved in the war since day two. The US is using British air bases and so much more. Absolutely, the UK is involved. The US is using British air bases as pit stops and refueling stops and so on in this war against Iran. Yeah, absolutely. The UK is involved. Ashish says, if the US fights a direct war with India with boots on Indian soil, will it end US hegemony? Explain how. I know they will not do this, but what if hypothetically? If the US fights a direct war with India, given India's current military capabilities, India will lose. India doesn't have the mountains all across the subcontinent that will prevent the Americans from making big inroads quickly. India doesn't have a stockpile of hundreds of thousands of drones and tens of thousands of missiles. That will be a disaster for the US. India doesn't have any of that. India spends about 2% of its GDP on its military, and a lot of that goes into pensions and salaries. India is not a nation that's geared to fight a long war. India imports more than 50% of its military equipment from other countries, including the US. If the US launches an invasion, hypothetical invasion of India, India will lose very badly. India will lose very, very badly. Yeah. So the moral of the story is get prepared, stockpile hundreds of thousands of drones and tens of thousands of missiles of different kinds. Militarize. In that case, the story will be completely different. But right now, we don't even have satellite navigation. Our government has been sleeping. Sleeping. What can I say? Ankur says, if you were managing a global macro hedge fund, what geopolitical signals would you track weekly? And thank you for all the knowledge. Well, if I was managing a global macro hedge fund, what would I track weekly? I don't know. I'm not an economics guy. What geopolitical signals I would what geopolitical signals would I track? I would look for inflection points, which is like very immediate, urgent stuff. Inflection points. I would look for shadow signals. Shadow signals are like small, insignificant pieces of news that typically get buried in the news, maybe page 3, page 5, whatever. But if you know how to look for shadow signals, they have the potential to turn into inflection points 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line. Things that look inconspicuous, but that they become very big eventually if you know what to look for. And there are some telltale characteristic signatures of shadow signals that tell you that these could be important data points. What else would I look for? I would look for the pulse of the global economy, all those that you can get from the Bloomberg terminal or whatever, that sort of thing. But what I would really look for would be shadow signals. That's what I would do. Things that are leading indicators of future inflection points. That's what I would look for. Okay, Empty Box says, heard your ancestors protected Somnath. Can you tell more? My ancestors protected Somnath. Yes, they did. That was a very long time ago, more than 1,000 years ago. There is something called the Chavda dynasty that ruled over that part of India. And since there were the rulers of Western India, not Western India, Gujarat, present-day Gujarat, Somnath came under their protection, right? They were the guardians and protectors and servants of the great Jyotirlinga of Somnath. So, yeah, my ancestors did perform that role for about 2.5 centuries. Yes. Feels Strong Band says, I would love to play a full game of Civilization 6 with you in the distant future, basically building our country through geopolitics, diplomacy, trade, war, etc. as video game. I've heard of this game. I know some very intelligent people who play this game. Let's see what it looks like. I've seen, yeah. Civilization 6. Yeah, this game. I've never played it, but I'm pretty sure it's a fascinating game. You essentially build your own country, your own empire, your own kingdom and empire and civilization, etc. And it's a game of strategy, long-term strategy, and so much more. I think it's a very interesting game. Yeah, maybe one day we'll play it. Let's see. Okay, Astrophysics short video says, what are your views on Hiten Shelar astrophysicist book Hyperrelativity? I am not aware of this book and this astrophysicist, so I don't have any views. Hyperrelativity, really? I'm not aware of it. Hyperrelativity. What is this? It's a book by Hiten Shelar. I am not aware of this book. I have no idea. No, I am not aware, so I can't say a thing about it, obviously. I've not read it. I'm not aware of it. McLevin says, best time for RIC and free the East from the West. Russia, India, China. Well, maybe RIC could not be. Maybe RIC could happen. Yeah, the way things are going, maybe it'll be a good thing for India and the world. Yeah. Phonography says, why didn't you call Iran sovereign before? No nukes. One thing is no nukes. The other thing is that it was very, very dependent on China and Russia for so many things. But after the war started, they have been fighting on their own without direct assistance from China or Russia. There is obviously some indirect assistance and so on, Baidu and so on and so forth. But overall, they're fighting on their own. There's no Russian supplies or Chinese supplies coming in. So clearly, they're defending their sovereignty and they're acting as a completely sovereign nation. And that's why I have added them to the list of sovereign nations. They completely deserve that. Vinit Kapur says, Iran leaders FM often stand out globally, smart, charismatic, and active even in old age. Many envy a culture that looks inward to its gods and good couple life. Iran has very good diplomats and good leadership. Yes, I agree. Yes. Right. Okay. VS says, Tsar, have you ever watched Suits? I personally loved the show. I personally haven't watched it in great detail. I know somebody who used to be a big fan of the show. And I think it's a very interesting show. At least the first few seasons, if I recall correctly. I may perhaps have seen an episode or two. It used to be a great show. Eventually, as all shows typically go, it started meandering. But yes, I've seen a couple of episodes, I'm sure, at some point in time, many years ago. And I think it was a very smart, very intelligent, and very interesting show. Yeah. But yeah, I haven't seen the whole thing. Maybe a couple of episodes. Harvey? Okay, I forget. Harvey Specter? I think that's the main guy's name. All right. V for Valor says, out of Bada Chor and Chota Chor, why to choose? You should not choose any chore. Yeah, but I'm not sure what you're saying, but all right. Abhijit Singh says, go sleep. Yeah, I look forward to sleeping. If these questions, I need to finish the remaining super chats and then I shall sleep. It's been more than 4 hours, 22 minutes, a very long session. It's pretty late here. It's really late. So thank you. I look forward to sleeping. XZP is a new member. Welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Raman Gill says, do you think Israel will use India to knock out Pakistan, as that's the last straw with nukes, after former Prime Minister of Israel says Turkey is the new Iran? I don't think so. See, I'll tell you why. Pakistan is an American vassal state. It's an American asset. The United States has supported Pakistan for decades. The US has funded and financed Pakistani terrorism against India historically. That is a known fact. Even the Americans can't deny this. Most likely, Pakistani nukes are actually American nukes. I don't believe for 1 second that Pakistani engineers and scientists have the capability to develop nuclear weapons on their own. These nuclear warheads they have are most likely American nuclear warheads placed in Pakistan, and they are most likely controlled only by Americans, not by Pakistanis. So that is one. And Pakistan is an American asset. Now, America's number one ally and partner is Israel, and America's vassal is Pakistan. So the question is, what is the relationship between Israel and Pakistan? Pakistan doesn't recognize Israel officially, and there are no diplomatic relations between the two countries. But when Asim Munir went to Washington or wherever, and the Pakistani embassy held a reception for him, there was an Israeli military presence there. So most likely there is a hidden relationship between Israel and Pakistan. And most likely they are kind of on the same side. Now, I'm not trying to say that Israel is India's enemy. I'm not saying that. But Israel has its own independent relationship with Pakistan. And it's a secret relationship, most likely. And most likely it's a relationship that's good for Israel. So why will Israel knock out Pakistan? They won't. Most likely Pakistan is in some shape or form acceptable to Israel. Yeah. Shivam says, thoughts on Claude's fight with Pentagon. Claude doesn't, the Claude leadership doesn't want the Pentagon to use Claude to kill people. They want guardrails and so on. And Pentagon says, no, we will use it whichever way we want. So that's why there's a rift between the Pentagon and Claude, and that's why the Pentagon is going to go ahead with OpenAI instead of Claude, and Claude and Anthropic will lose the contract, which is what 200 or 300 million dollars, which is peanuts from their perspective because their revenue is so big. So yeah, and apparently Claude was used for selecting targets during the current war against Iran, which has led to horrific consequences, as we know, targeting a school, that sort of thing, possibly. Mohit Raj Singh says, is Russia benefit from it in Wapnis to build themselves like USSR, and can Russia China help openly if Iran falls or get nuked like us? What is that? Does Russia benefit from it? From what? And Wapnis to build themselves like USSR, and can Russia China help openly if Iran falls or get nuked like US have its puppets? Okay, if Iran is in deep trouble, Russia and China will openly help it. Okay, yes, most likely Russia and China will both openly help it. Russia more than China because Russia is geographically closer to Iran. If you see the map, okay, let's open the map. Let me show you quickly. If you open the map, you will see that Russia and Iran are not far away. Just north of the Caspian Sea, you have Russia, the Sea of Kashyap. Tehran, north of Tehran, you have the Caspian Sea. And north of the Caspian Sea, you have Russia. So Russia is not there far away, that far away. What do I do? Okay, so that's a deal. So Russia can definitely help Iran if required. Okay, if Iran is in trouble. Even the Chinese will help in some shape or form. Now, the question you're asking is, does Russia benefit from it? From the war? Yeah, it does. It does, because now Russian oil is very valuable, you see? That's why. The whole world seeks Russian oil. India also seeks Russian oil right now. And that's why Russian oil is now being sold at a premium, even for India. Earlier, it was sold to India at a discount. Now it's at a premium. Harsh Vardhan says, atomic clock crisis in Navik satellites of ISRO. Views. I express my views in detail. It's a disaster. It is unacceptable that the government of India was sleeping on the job. It's unacceptable that we have not sent replacement satellites. Yes, we had the PSLV failures and all. Deal with it. Fix the problem. Address the issue. Identify the issue and fix it. It's unacceptable that we don't have satellite navigation anymore. This you could have seen coming from years ahead. The government of India has dropped the ball completely when it comes to India's space program. And this is a strategic disaster for India. I don't know when the next satellites go up. India is a low ambition nation when it comes to space. We have a local regional satellite constellation, and that too has failed now. And it's failed because it's become too old. It's a sad joke. Sad joke. It's extremely frustrating. And I blame nobody but the government of India for this. This is a huge failure. They have failed to do their job. You can't blame Nehru for this. The government of India can't blame Nehru for what's happened here now. Bharat says, what are some high quality news sources online and X? No. I don't follow any one source. I look at hundreds of sources. X, I look at everybody on X. All the major accounts that are tweeting about something. I don't know any high quality single news source. Sorry. VS says, Spider-Man, Abhijit, he does many other things too. He is the purest definition of clown. He does many other things too. He is a purest definition of clown. Don't get fooled by his fake generosity. I have seen jokers like him. He is a zero self-respect bootlicker of anyone he thinks. G comments on me. I have no idea what this is about. Who is the purest definition of clown? Who has fake generosity? Zero self-respect bootlicker of anyone who thinks G comments on. I have no idea what this is, but okay. Is somebody referring to me? I have no idea. Sorry, I'll not speculate. I don't know what this is about. Okay. Jimmy Lee says the game Hearts of Iron 4 is interesting as well. Hearts of Iron 4. Let's quickly take a look. What's Hearts of Iron 4? Hearts of Iron 4. What is that? Hearts of Iron 4. It's on Steam. It's a grand strategy video game developed by Paradox Development Studio, published by Paradox Interactive, and so on. It's a grand strategy war game. It focuses on World War II. Very interesting. Players can control any country in the world and so on. Interesting. Thank you. Samuel Kings has gifted 1 membership of the channel. Thank you very much, sir. Very kind of you. Thank you. Samuel King says, I'm from the US. There's news that Bibi Netanyahu is dead, not officially confirmed, but knowing how the Israelis are heavily censoring things. Yes, I remarked upon this at the very beginning of this live stream 4.5 hours ago, that there are indications, very serious indications, that something may have happened to him. The most important indication is this deleted tweet from the official account of the Prime Minister of Israel, right? In which they are essentially admitting that they have lost contact with Netanyahu. So this came out about 24 hours ago, then it was quickly deleted. This raises big questions about what has happened to Netanyahu. So it's obviously not officially confirmed, but yeah. The Israelis are obviously censoring things. It's wartime, so they will censor information. Yeah. Geetesh says, how can the US win war? How can USA win war with USA? Unethical, yes. How can USA win war with USA? I don't even know what that question means, sir. How can India win a war with India? How does it work? What are you asking? Not sure. Okay, VSVS says, sir, Spider-Man G is talking about me, sir, calling me a clown. Oh, he's calling you a clown. Oh, why? I think VSVS, you're doing such a good job. You're being very kind to people who want to ask questions, but who maybe students or whatever, they can't take super chats. You're being very kind to them and you're asking questions on their behalf. Why is somebody calling you a clown? Why? I don't get it. Anyway, VSVS, I appreciate you. Thank you for what you're doing. Ashtik says, are chemtrails real? Can we do anything about it? I don't know if they're real. Obviously, we have the contrails that we see of aircraft. I've been seeing that since I was a little toddler. Look out in the sky and there's these long contrails. And I used to wonder what they were about. But that comes from the condensation of water that's ejected out of jet engines as part of the exhaust. And that condenses and that produces this cloud, these long contrails. And some people say that these are chemtrails, that chemicals are being sprayed in that. And is that true? I have no idea. That's considered to possibly be a conspiracy theory. And there clearly is no hard evidence of it. But theoretically, it's possible that there could be something behind it. But I don't know. I don't have the information. I don't know. Booga Booga says, what's the meaning of life? Well, I don't know. What's the meaning of life? The meaning of life. Meaning and purpose are different things. What's the meaning? Well, it's a mystery. We are still trying to find out what is the meaning of life. But what I'll say is that life exists and let's make the best of it. Enjoy life as much as possible and create something of value and make it as meaningful as possible. So I suppose meaning depends on who you are. For me, meaning will be different. For somebody else, meaning will be something else. Whatever makes your life meaningful and worth living is the meaning of life. And for two different people, it will be two different things, I'm sure. But yeah, it's up to you. Okay, Gamer Praveen says, your thoughts on the global firepower index? I haven't seen that, so I don't know. No, sorry. Phonography says, how to email you to explain Zionist Christian worldview. My email ID will be there in the description. You can email me and I'll try to take a look at that. But I can't promise you a response because I get so many emails every day. And I simply, if I start responding to all the emails, that's all I'll be doing. And even then, I won't be able to respond to everybody. So, yeah, please feel free to email me in the email address given in the description below. All right. All right. I think that's the end of the questions for today. It's been more than 4.5 hours. So yeah, that brings me to the end of today's live stream. Thank you so much, everybody. I think there's more questions coming up now. How the US can defeat India unethically? Yes, the US can defeat India. It's very powerful through firepower and through economic means and other means. It can. And Ansh Bajaj, thank you very much, Ansh Bajaj. Thank you. And that finally brings me to the end of this live stream. More than 4.5 hours. It's past midnight in India. So I shall now end this live stream. Thank you so much, everybody. Keep asking questions, keep raising your standards, keep learning. And take care of yourselves. And I'll see you in the next one very soon. Take care. For now, good night, goodbye, good day. Bye bye.